going live here in a second. We're getting messages.
Here,
Go ahead and close that YouTube. We're going live here in a second. We're getting messages.
What's going on? Why does that keep playing?
Yeah, I hope you can stop that.
We're going live in a second.
I don't have it open, guys. You guys are the
Yeah,
ones that
I hope
open.
you
How
can
many
stop
times have
that.
it open?
I don't have it open.
I don't have it open, guys. You guys are the ones that open. How many times did we
Yeah,
open?
I hope you can stop that.
I don't have it open.
I don't have it open, guys. You guys are the ones that open. How many times did we
Yeah,
open?
I hope you can stop that.
Wow.
I don't have it open.
I don't have it open, guys. You guys are the ones that open. How many times did we
Yeah,
open?
I hope you can stop that.
Wow.
It's the
I don't
remix.
have it open.
I don't have it open, guys. You guys are the ones that open. How many times did we open?
Oh wow, what's going on?
Good morning.
Remix.
I have it open.
Gandhi.
I don't have it open, guys. You guys are the ones that open.
Oh wow, what's going on?
Good morning.
Remix. Gandhi.
I don't have it open, guys. You guys are the ones that open.
Oh wow, what's going on?
Good morning. Is it just
Remix. Gandhi.
I don't have it open, guys. You guys are the ones that open.
Oh wow, what's going on?
is it just morning? I just got a message.
See what happens
It's
now.
not picking up my mic. Hello? Can you hear me?
Hello, I can hear you. Yeah.
I just got a message in Discord that
I
it's not
think we're
picking
good
up my
now.
mic.
Yeah, I think we're good.
Hold on.
I think we're good now.
We are
Ryan
on
D
hot
says,
mic.
I know I don't
just
have it
got-
open.
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah, I think we're good. Ryan D says, I know I don't have it open.
Right? So I know they heard the thing, yeah.
Hey.
Okay. So I think it's closed now, so we're good.
I think we're good.
Let's try
Caesar
this
says
again,
we
fellas.
can hear you. Thank you, brother. Good morning, everybody.
Oh,
Hold on, guys. Give me a second.
Caesar says we can hear you. Thank you, brother. Good morning, everybody.
all
It
right.
just cut my stream and cut to
Alright.
an old Matt Kors video. Real quick.
This has been a weird start. All
It
right.
just cut my stream and cut to an old Matt Kors
Yeah, it sent me
video.
to a commercial
Real
too.
quick.
It did too. All right, we got 13 people, 16 people. Thank you all for being here. I know we have a little technical
Solar
difficulty
flares.
this morning.
I got two
We're
words for
trying
you
to
guys.
handle
Solar
that, and
flares.
we will get it started. Hopefully, let's
That's
see
all
if we
this
can
is.
do this. Hopefully, you guys aren't
Solar
getting an echo.
flares. I got two words for you guys. Solar flares.
We do
Mm.
That's
want
all
to
this
thank you
is.
guys for
We're on the
sticking
far
with
side
us.
of
We
the
have a
moon
great
over
show in
here.
store for you
Yeah.
guys today. So,
Absolutely. Edward Durbin, thank you for hanging
Oh,
out
man.
and
we want to thank you guys
And
for
keeping
sticking with
things
us. We have a
interesting,
great show in store
showing
for
that
you guys
support.
today.
Much love. Absolutely. Edward
Flare
Durbin,
Mike.
thank you for hanging out and Edward, and keeping things interesting, showing that support. Much
Let's
love.
do it. Good morning.
Flare
Bring it
like
in.
Woo! That flare, Edward.
Good morning. Good
Let's
morning.
do it. Good morning.
Neil
Vince Lynn.
Stewart.
Good morning. You got the Brady Bunch camera action going on the right hand of the screen
Yeah.
now, guys. So, oh my gosh, we're about 33 minutes behind here, guys, so we'll get started right into it. Why don't we get
I
started
don't know
going
why
over
that
a
just
few of the
happened.
games that we
That
had
kind
today.
of day. Oh, let me get this right. Bad.
Oh, you got the Star Wars screen.
I don't know why that just happened. It's that kind of day.
It's one of them
That's
Sunday
right.
mornings. It's definitely one of them Sunday mornings. So I'll just get us reading back here a couple of the games that are starting out. The early games, we've got the Texans at the Dolphins down in Miami. We've got the Falcons heading into New Orleans to play in the Dome. Raiders are going up to New York. That's an East Coast game from basically a West Coast team going up to Giants to play an early game. Patriots heading down to Carolina to play the Panthers. Bills at Jaguars. Vikings going to Ravens outdoor team. And then you get to the late games, Chargers at the Eagles. Another West Coast team going up to the East Coast. Packers going down to Chiefs. Cardinals at 49ers. Titans and the Rams. And then Monday night Bears at Steelers. I know we were kind of getting started.
I think it's going to be a telling game for the
have
future
Mike's.
of the Raiders.
What are your thoughts on that Raiders game going to New York?
Coming off the Gruden. I think it's going to be a telling game for the future of the Raiders. Tragedy. Then I think a couple of coming off the Gruden who Derek disaster, followed up by the Ruggs, the coaching tragedy. When it comes down to it, it's going to be his leadership. I think this is going to see kind of prove where this team is going to go. Derek Carr is I think it's a big coaching. I think when it comes down to it, it's going to be his leadership. Number one receiver, if not where this team's going to go. Obviously, it's is the number one. It's a big hit, but losing our potential upside. Number one receiver, if not obviously Waller is the number one target there. But I echo, potential upside. There was really nobody better. Nice talk. Let me show than Ruggs. So. MIA Echo,
Go.
All right.
Go.
All right, you guys talk.
Nunya, you've been a New York Giants fan your whole life. So what are you thinking about having the Raiders coming in there beat down? You guys played a pretty good game against the Chiefs and almost could have won it. Do you feel up this week? Like you can knock down a Raiders team?
I wouldn't hate it if the Giants kept losing and Bears kept losing to get great draft picks.
Slide down, get them draft picks.
Honestly, the Giants are built on defense right now. I wouldn't hate it if the Giants kept losing and Bears kept losing to get great draft picks. If they can, honestly, the consolidate that field defense right now. The play is in between the 20s, and then if they can knock it down, if they can beat this big, consolidate that field, they can beat a low scoring. In between the 20s, do not really this game gets knock it down 20s or 30s. The Giants. They can beat this Vegas team. They do think they can beat a low-scoring Vegas 27-20. I do not think if this game gets into the high 20s or 30s, the Giants can beat. West Coast coming to the East Coast, playing at the Meadowlands. It's a tough place. 7-20. Get ahead there. That place is 20-13, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
West Coast coming to the East Coast, playing at the Meadowlands. It's a tough place. If the Giants get ahead there, that place is hard to play.
Yeah, give me 1 second. I'm kind of big on the Raiders bouncing back, even after them having, 2 weeks or a month of bad stuff. I hope they do bounce back, but man, it's hard to travel from the West Coast to East Coast, play an early game, and still be dealing with all that. I think it's going to be hard for them, and if New York can get more of their weapons back today and keep getting healthier, I just think the Raiders are looking at a bad situation. And we'll talk about more what Ruggs does towards the entire offense of that team probably a little bit later today. But I'm worried for the Raiders, and I don't mean that like as a Chiefs fan. I'm like, I'm worried about good football, and I just don't want to see a team that's up and coming get torn down. That just kind of makes it hard. All right. What's some other games you guys are thinking about?
Rams
that
Tennessee
might be
game. I
interesting
mean,
today that I know the weather's not
unfortunately,
going to affect anything,
we have
really.
the giant injury that we'll discuss later to Henry, but I think that Rams Tennessee game. I mean, I'm looking forward to that. We have the giant injury that we'll discuss later to Henry, but I think those are two Super Bowl contenders. I'm looking forward to that. That's I think we're getting sounding better and a thumbs up.
Yeah. Bro. And I'm looking, guys. I'm trying to find if there's a bad echo.
So Odie, my camera cut out. And then
I think we're getting sounding better and a thumbs up, bro.
Okay. Make sure your camera.
So Odie, my camera cut out. And
yeah,
then
it did because I had to message someone in Discord. Sorry, it's back. Your cameras are back. Guys. Sorry about that.
Okay, cool.
Okay, so yeah, I don't know. Chiefs game is gonna be a nice weather. We don't got no Aaron Rodgers. We'll talk about that later on. But the footing out here is not real great right now. We've had kind of a dry, wet week where it was. I know they know how to take care of the field, but we got like that icy mornings and stuff like that. It is going to be a late game, so it'll probably warm up well enough. They'll take care of the field, but it's been one of those weird weeks out here in Kansas City. I assume anywhere that's been getting the first frost of the year is going to be early morning games are going to be interesting.
Can't kick this year. Nobody can kick.
And stuff. But
absolutely,
fumbles and kicks seem to be regular this year. So
can't kick this year. Nobody can kick.
Nobody can at all.
Do it.
All right, so we looked over weather here. Let's get started into our Fantasy Live weekly rundown.
Let's do it.
You guys know we always cover them running backs first. Let's see who the recap was on last week of MIA or
How
none.
about
You
them
guys
Jets?
wanna start us in on a little recap what you guys thought of last week? That'd be awesome.
No, they already didn't. It's
How about them
and
Jets?
what's tough is what's the injury update on White?
Can they repeat?
You know, the guy comes out, has his
No, they
his
already
jersey,
didn't.
Right.
taken to the Hall of Fame.
And what's tough
After
is
that first game,
what's
and
the
then
injury
comes out and gets
update
hurt.
on White
His next,
you know,
the guy comes out, has
does
his,
that
his jersey,
taken
kind
to
of
the Hall
off
of
topic
Fame
a little bit. Does that
after
lend
that
the
first
credence
game and
of
then
getting
comes
rid of
out
the
and gets
Thursday
hurt?
night game?
His next
You're
you
putting
know,
people on
does that
short weeks every week.
kind of off topic a
Injuries
little
are
bit?
up
Does that
because
lend
of
to the credence of getting rid of the Thursday night games?
You're putting people on short weeks every week. Injuries are up because of it.
Mm-hmm.
I've been saying it since they did it. That you steal basically 4 days of health time away from these guys by playing them on Thursday night, because that whole Thursday is already gone when it comes to resting.
Okay,
And
looks like we
normally
got
they would
another
get Friday,
echo here.
Saturday, and then Saturday night at least to get ready for their game on Sunday. And there's no way
looks like
anybody
we got
can be
another
healthy.
echo here.
Oh man, this audio is rough, boys. All right, we're sorry, guys.
All right, let's reboot, restart, reload. We will get this figured out, guys. Thank you so much for sticking with us. If you can hear me, sorry if it's
Go team, go Spots.
I love
Thinking
those.
cryptocurrency, check my wallet, watch it roll, trade some Litecoins, get that percentage. Only what you need, never succumb to greed, never fall for fear. Live Bitcoin, buy Bitcoin, eat Bitcoin.
All right, let us know in the chat if this echo is any better. Caesar C's dancing to the echo.
Only what you need,
Dancing
never
to
succumb
the
to greed,
echo.
never fall for fear. Live Bitcoin, buy Bitcoin,
Now I'll
eat Bitcoin,
talk.
buy
It
Bitcoin.
seems like they said mine was bad echo.
Was the echo?
It is.
My wallet, watch it roll, trade some Litecoins, get that percentage. What you need, never succumb to greed,
It's not.
never fall for fear. Live
think Michael Carter got directly affected by Mike White being injured, because last week he got 9 receptions, and this week he got 1 for 37 yards until White got hurt, and he got no more. Not a single reception after that. So, is it game plan? Is it the quarterback? Hard to tell.
Hold on, I'm trying to. All right. Echo, echo, echo. It is better, Robin says. Thank you, Robin.
Go. Hello.
We just trying to get a show going this morning. Oh man.
Sometimes YouTube does what it wants.
Yeah. This is the struggles of managing 5 different events on one YouTube, I think, and we're learning it out front. Does MIA have a landline? Mitchell Wayne says. Maybe. He might. I don't know. No echo now, Robin says. So none. You try talking when we're both talking. Let's see if we get an echo going. Hola, sir.
All right. Let's see if we have any echo. Echo.
Cowboys versus Broncos today. It's always a fun game to watch.
Always a good game.
Well, I wish if they were going to do the Cowboys versus Broncos, that the Broncos would wear their old school Orange Crush jerseys with the old Denver Bronco insignia on the blue helmet. Yeah. Mitchell Wayne, tin can and string.
At Denver, Dallas is a 1 o'clock Fox game. How much you want to bet? It's
All good
Bronco.
now. Ron D saying, Caesar saying no echo. Good sign. All right.
all right. Here we go. One more time.
We'll give you that first hour. We're just bringing you in. We're wanting you dripping and wanting to know the fantasy information. So we just hold you there for an hour and make you want it.
It's all
Adam
part of the
Levine.
game.
We see there, Adam Lee, and you need help in the quarterback spot. A little bit more help than that, but we'd be super happy to help.
What question do you got, Adam? What are your quarterbacks that you're working with there? We can definitely give you some help. I see the yellow badge interns throwing some smiles up, so hopefully we got it going.
Yo, Mitchell Wayne says that audio's on fleek, son. That's what I'm talking about. Mitchell Wayne, my landline. Plug it back in, brother.
Oh, okay. Mitchell Wayne knew the whole problem there.
Oh yeah, he's on top of things.
MIA
Good morning, Mitchell Wayne.
He's getting that reverb.
Yeah. Time we got here 8:44. Let me do this early real quick before you put my cam back on. Then Odie, and just make this an even more disastrous. But you know that those dogs like to do. They like to eat.
What
I
that
haven't
dog
done
doing?
that yet.
What that dog?
So I might as well do that now, real quick. Sorry, guys. This will save us in the long run. Promise.
Yeah, but what that dog doing?
What's that dog doing?
The dog about to eat some grub. I have Murray. I can get Love, Jones, or Tyrod. I kind of like the Tyrod play there. Tyrod was looking good before he got injured. I'm just answering real quick so I can go do this, and then I'll leave it to you guys.
Okay.
I'm not. We'll keep up to date on Murray's situation.
What the dog doing?
But I like Tyrod there. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't like Love with the injuries over
I don't
there.
like Love at all.
Green Bay's not healthy. He doesn't have any experience in there. Not that he couldn't be a good quarterback down the line, but I'm going with experience with a guy that's going to get you some rushing yards. With Tyrod, he's a mobile quarterback. He'll get the ball to Cooks, and I don't think any of those are the greatest options, but if you're looking for something on the fly to protect Murray in case he can't go, I would go with Tyrod there. And back to you, Odie Fro and Nunya, and I'll be right back.
Well done, sir. Well done.
Thank you, sir.
Let them dogs out. Good morning, Lindsay Lynch. Yeah, it was a little funny, but we got it up and going. We're good. And it is going to be a beautiful, beautiful Sunday. I hope you and Bulldog are enjoying a nice Sunday. Thank you again for all the help. And we're back, guys. We're up and running. We should be good. That's right, good sir. I have already liked the stream this morning.
Yeah, Adam Lean, I kind of agree with MIA. I think Jones might have some garbage time yards, but his weapons are also hurt. I like Tyrod out of that. I do not trust Jordan Love at all. Let him prove it first.
Yeah, we haven't seen Jordan Love enough to know what he's going to do. Spagnuolo might bring a whole different house of defense that nobody's seen all week simply because he's going after basically a rookie quarterback.
Yeah, getting his head.
Yeah, he might try to throw him things that, just because he's been looking at video for the last 2 years and now all of a sudden they're like, hey, let's see how this guy reacts to some new stuff. Kind of the Bill Belichick kind of way to play young quarterback. So I'm not trusting Jordan Love at all. I would probably roll with Tyrod. He knows their offense. He's already played multiple games this year, so it's not a bad thing. They're probably going to do a lot of play-action passes to Gaskin, so it'll be a QB-friendly offense probably for Miami today. And it should be low-percentage passes. Houston, I'm sorry. I keep thinking Miami every time. You're right. Yeah, you're right, though. It's still the same game plan there.
Same thing, and Kyler Murray is, he's a 425 game. I realize there might be issues with, who do you want to juggle? At this point, he's so highly doubtful from everything I've read last night, today, everything leading up to this week. I don't trust him at all.
Right.
Another one, Nick Hobie, pick one. Hold on, it scrolled ahead of me. Mitchell, Judy, or Tony, full point PPR.
Ooh. Ah, man. Jerry Jeudy caught one pass last week, I think. What I saw was one pass. Denver surely wants him in their offense, but Eli Mitchell was getting some yards. That's the Mitchell we're talking about here. And Tony, I don't even know if he's 100% yet.
Yeah, I think Eli Mitchell, if it's the San Fran running back, I think he is also getting some catches. So, the PPR isn't such an offset. I know Kadarius Toney hurt his finger, so he should be okay, and the rest of the weapons are hurt. So Toney should get some yards. He's also a gadget guy. So if you get anything for return yards in your league, you might want to take that into consideration. Kind of close between Mitchell and Toney for me, but I would lean Mitchell.
Yeah. I just think he's going to get more touches. Denver's already shown that Patrick and Sutton and the plethora of other things they have there, Noah Fant can get a game without needing Jerry Jeudy. So bringing him back is just an additive, so maybe they don't want to overuse him. That's not to say he won't have a good game. Maybe he catches 7 catches for 98 yards. But you know Mitchell is going to get action in that offense, especially because they don't know what quarterback they got going on there really still. I mean, they could play either one of those guys in any game, so they're going to want a running back they can lean on. So I think Mitchell's the guy. And again, I don't know if Tony's healthy. Even especially if it's his hand. He might get 5 targets and drop every single one of them if he's got a broken finger or something like that. So I think I'm going with
one
Mitchell.
And get re-sidelined, yeah. So that's the lean, and that's our logic behind it.
Yep.
Happy to help Adam lean, and we hope you come back. We're super happy to have you here.
Oh, look at this. Woohoo. That super chat coming in from Bulldog Trading. Thank you, good sir. Appreciate that.
Woo-hoo! Thank you, Bulldog.
Oh, TikTok. Let's see here. TikTok coming in. Question: what about McCaffrey is back? Baby, even if I'm not many touches, will he score big? All right. I never like to play players coming off of the injury, but a lot of times they do come back in and step. But I'm willing to take that week as a strategy of my own to take that week and see if they're actually healthy. I didn't have points for him the last 4 weeks that he was gone if I had him. So I'm maybe willing to work one more week and see if he is healthy. But there's that chance that you're going to miss those points. So you got to kind of weigh that in your game plan. Because he may come out 120 yards and 5 catches, but he may also only run 25 yards on 6 carries today. And they may just use him as a decoy. What are your thoughts on McCaffrey there?
I completely agree. I'm risk averse on that. I don't want to start him. Typically, don't want to start a guy first game back. He's also got me a little worried because this is not the first time he's been injured. I mean, he could come back and play a quarter and be gone again. Mm-hmm. So I'd like to see him do it for a week. If you're stuck and you don't have any other options, it's not a terrible thing. But if you have other options, you played with Adam over the last month.
Super chat.
Yeah.
This weekend.
If he gives you 12 points this week and you know he's going to be healthier next week, you know he's a great option next week. So you kind of can just feel him out and see. Maybe if he does 25 points, maybe you need a trade. You might be able to trade him without ever even playing him. So there's so many different things. I want to welcome Midnight 201. Welcome to the channel. Thank you for joining the Bulldog Trader family. Not just fantasy football here. Come back every other day, and it's stocks and crypto. We've got 100% free Discord that you can join and get all kinds of information. So we appreciate you here today, and we'll be here every Sunday going through the rest of the football season, and then we're here Monday through Sunday, stocks and crypto all the rest of the time.
Before we scroll too far, we have a clown baby.
We have a clown baby.
Risking Debo with him potentially leaving the game with a calf injury, or play T. Higgins? I'd take the risk there because you're looking at a potentially number 1 option versus a 3, 4, or 5 option.
Okay.
I'd much rather go with Debo Samuel there. He's a bigger cog in the offense. That's where I would like to take the risk. I think there's.
Agree with that, yeah.
We want to feed him. And I'm so sorry, Edward Durbin, and I didn't mean to step on you for thanking him, Odafro, but thank you so much for that super sticker there. You rock. Appreciate the love.
No, we appreciate it 100%. Definitely. We're glad that you're here joining us, and we definitely appreciate it, Edward. I know you're down there in Southeast Missouri too.
Oh, cool.
Mm-hmm.
TikTok did just answer us. The rest he has, they're on a bye. It's a tough week. So yeah.
Okay. Then you got to play
roll with him.
Yeah, you got to roll with him, and then just twist your fingers and hope, man, that he gets a lot of touches, that he's healthy and gets a lot of touch. And he is 100% their offense, so it'll probably help their quarterback too if they can get him touches. So there is some upside to it. But personally, for my strategy, when a guy's coming back off of a 4 or 5 week stint where they're off, I like to feel it out. I like to make sure that they're going to produce for me before I stick him in and just get an offer from him, because he might be active, but he might get a 0. But again, I'm not trying to scare you down. He's going to get some play time today. I guarantee it. I just don't know how much.
Nick Hobie looking for a tight end streamer this week. Dr. Henry, Evan Ingram, or yelling on his name, Fryermuth. Fryermuth had a really good week last week.
I like Ingram this week against the Raiders defense over the middle. I do. He's starting to break out with Daniel Jones a little bit more. Starting to become a weapon. It's Bill Belichick versus the Panthers, right? If I'm correct, I believe I had them pulled up earlier. New England's going to Carolina.
England is going to Carolina.
Right. So Carolina's probably their best part of their team is their defense.
Yep.
Linebacker core is pretty good. So of those two, the first two, I'm not going with Freiermuth either way, but I definitely would go Ingram. What about you, Nanya?
I think so too. On typical weeks, Henry has caught the eye of Cam. So of Mac. So I think New England is starting to lean towards him more. But you're right, that Carolina defense is stout, and that's what they key on. So I like Ingram there. That's my choice.
Old Raven Farm, good morning, buddy. I just see that new corn planter, and I feel like a kid on Christmas morning. Good for you, man. Good for you. So glad you got that. Clown Baby coming in saying I also have Ayuk, but they just don't target him like they did last season.
I would switch to Ayuk, Clown Baby.
Yeah.
Ayuk has been a tremendous bust this year.
Oh. Nice.
And I really feel like you got your chance with Debo. If it's T. Higgins, you have a chance of an absolute goose egg. I think even if Debo plays for a little while and leaves with that calf injury, I think you have more of an upside with him. I think T. Higgins, once or twice a year, he gets that 60-yard touchdown, and you might be mad at me tomorrow if today's the day. But if we're looking statistically and average-wise, I'm using Debo there.
I got you back on cam there, am I?
Sweet.
All right. We're getting a lot of good questions here.
Yeah,
I
love
like
it.
Let's see. What's this? Garrett Woodworth with the question. Debo Samuel limited. Is this the one you just answered?
Nope, this is
Okay,
another one that we seem to be getting a lot of Debo and Kadarius, though.
Mm-hmm. Debo
Both
and
likely to be limited.
Kadarius. Yeah. Again, I don't know the health of Kadarius Toney. He's been up and down for like the last 3 weeks. So I don't know how far we've actually gotten informed on what's wrong with him. I mean, I know it's here and there, little pieces on all of his body, but we don't know, is his hand broken? Is his leg all messed up? So if Debo Samuel's only one thing and calf only, and they think he can play, I'm probably going to feel better about playing Debo Samuel than I am Kadarius, just because there's so many weapons in New York, but there's not very many in San Fran right at this moment, it seems like. So I'm probably going with Debo, hoping he gets 10 targets. Somewhere in that hood. I don't know. What are you guys thinking on Debo Samuel versus Kadarius Toney?
I'd probably go with Debo there. I don't. It's tough. What's Tony's what's Tony's health situation?
Exactly. that's the best question, because every week
Like,
he's added a
even
new
if he's
injury.
playing, yeah.
I mean, he comes back in the game most of the time, but he's compiling injuries since that week he first showed up on their team. He's just compacted a new injury, it's like, oh, how much slower can this guy get? And they keep playing him out of necessity too. They're not playing him out of, we want to see what he can do. At this point, they're playing him out of necessity. So.
And Garoppolo likes to throw to Debo, so Garoppolo's back in.
Yeah,
That's true.
I like Debo.
Are we missing anything here? Sorry, I'm trying to get caught back up in the chat while we're talking. Clown Baby says, I'm starting Toney over Debo personally because of all the calf strain, but might have to start both. Okay. Yeah, I mean,
Full transparency, I don't have Debo. I do have Toney. I'm starting him, but I also have some bye week issues. If I didn't, I probably would keep Toney on the bench.
Mhm.
But I do have Kadarius Toney starting in one of my two.
Adam Lean says, with your McCaffrey answer, you still like Tyrod coming off an injury? I think it's a little bit different for quarterback to running back, Adam. the running back, you can't go nowhere if you're super injured. The quarterback, they can kind of work the offense around him where they don't have to give him hits. You know, there's special rules where your quarterback doesn't have to take hits. So I think it's a little bit different. Whereas a running back, you give him the ball, he's going to get hit. And I don't know that McCaffrey is 100% or if he can get his bell rung again just that quickly or whatnot. But Tyrod, you know, he might be able to limp around and still throw 15, 20 passes cleanly out of that pocket today. So I'm still
Tyrod's played with injuries throughout his career. He's a vet. You know, he may not be as mobile as he once was, but like I said, look at his numbers at the beginning of the season, much better than anyone could have anticipated. So I give him a chance coming back.
I think a quarterback,
especially, and the other difference is Carolina's not out of it yet. You know what I mean? So Carolina, in a sense, is rushing McCaffrey back. If you're looking at that, they need McCaffrey. This isn't we need Tyrod to win to stay in. You know what I mean? It's a different situation. As far
immobile
as
quarterbacks have been able to manage pockets injured for a very long time. Running backs injured have never been a good thing. They've never been able to perform to their 100% level. But you can put a Ben Roethlisberger out there with a gimpy ankle, and he can still step 2 steps left and pass a play. You make a passing play. Sorry, but
absolutely.
But I'm not, again, be wary. It's still a backup quarterback starting in Houston. You know, it's still going to be an issue, but I think the better turnout is to go with Tyrod instead of Jordan Love in that quarterback question that we had earlier. Good morning, Heather E. Good to see you. Thank you very much for being here. Mitchell Wayne coming in. Beasley or Nelson Aguilar? I'm going to go to MIA on this one first because he's got the Buffalo inside track up there. What are you thinking about Beasley or Nelson Aguilar with the Pats?
I'll get to you in a second, Caesar. I saw you.
I'd go probably Beasley there. I know what Aguilar is capable of. He spent the last couple years with the Raiders before going to New England. He has definite potential. Mm-hmm. But I think as far as targets, if you're looking for a higher floor, I would go with Beasley. If you're looking for higher big game potential, I would go with Aguilar.
Okay. Nunya, what are you thinking there?
Yeah, I was very high on Beasley coming into this year, and I just don't think he's fitting into the game plan like I thought he would be.
Right.
So I like Aguilar's upside way better currently.
Yeah.
He's banged up too, I think, Beasley.
He must be. Sure I'm not going to lie. I drafted him in like 3 fantasy leagues this year thinking, he's going to be the little Wes Welker of this offense. He's going to be
sure did.
Catches. He's got 2 good receivers on the outside, and he's got a decent tight end. He's going to be the chain mover, and he ain't done none of that. Through and through, all season long, he might have 3 catches at most into one game average. You know what I mean? Like, he might have had 7.
We all agree.
Ones. Yeah. So Beasley.
Yeah, I mean, and a big part of that was Emmanuel Sanders stepping up over there.
Yeah. The tight end getting a little more better than we thought he would be, I guess. And
even Gabriel Davis. Gabriel Davis has been playing good over there, so they have a stable, and he's not relied upon like he has been. You know, the first couple of years of Josh Allen's career, he was the safety valve. He was the Wes Welker, type, and now he doesn't. That role doesn't seem to be existing for him this year. I agree 100%.
Yeah. Yeah, Aguilar's just got better upside for me, definitely.
Real quick, we missed a Caesar question, and it was anywhere on Tua. And I saw this morning that Brian Flores said, although he didn't practice all week, he was highly optimistic he would start. We'll probably have an update around 11:30. Okay. But the coach said he was highly optimistic he'd start. Probably a good sign.
I've got Ian Rappaport, Adam Schefter, and field dates up on my Twitter, so I'm watching them for any new and updating stuff. We are at the 9 o'clock hour on the East Coast, so we're about, an hour away from first starting to get injured, or is it 11 o'clock East Coast? That gets me messed up. I think it's 11 o'clock East Coast. When they
11, and then really it starts to pour in. I think at 11:30 we see the real stuff, but 11 is when we see the good stuff.
Just in case we missed anybody, I saw a couple people Loki, good morning.
Good
Again,
morning,
that
Loki.
naked
Loki.
dude, ADCDC.
ADCDC, my
Caesar
man.
with that shout out to his 9-0 school. Well done,
Get
sir.
my
Max,
UT San Antonio, there you go, Caesar.
We got Matt coming in hot here. Super chat is if Beasley doesn't play, Jacoby Myers, Bateman, or McNichols. Thank you so much for that, Matt. Much appreciated.
You guys might know my choice, and I'll go first on this one. I'm all over McNichols here. I've been following McNichols. He's been the one getting the practice handoffs in Tennessee. I know they've got Adrian Peterson, but I've been following that one. I think McNichols gets at least 20 touches today. He's the new Tennessee running back in my eyes. Maybe they use Adrian on third down. I might be wrong about this, but that younger kid, I believe, is the starter there now. So my personal choice is McNichols because Myers and Bateman, you don't know what you're going to get out of those two every week. I think McNichols is the starter in Tennessee. That's where I'm going. Nunya, what do you got on it?
Yeah, I think at least this week McNichols gets the heavy workload in Tennessee. Scary game. They might key on him. I think Myers has some upside in PPR, but I think for sure, at least this week, it's a prove-it week. McNichols, if you look into it, he was kind of a beast in college. He was a Henry Light. He barreled over people. He had a 2,000-yard season. He had a 20-touchdown season. He's a beast. So, yeah, that's one.
I'm going the same way. With Bateman, he's a little banged up. Going against that Minnesota defense, it's been pretty decent against wide receivers this year. Myers, another one that Carolina defense has been decent. They've been hampered by the Carolina offense, just not being able to keep them off the field, since week 3. So yeah, I go with McNichols. I always like opportunity games, especially with running backs, and especially in a fit like this where it's not a complete different running back. They can kind of stick to their same game plan. Obviously, you can't replace Henry. You know what I mean? He's
right. Yeah.
But similar styles, I think it fits in. It could be boom or bust, but I think you have the same thing with any of those. I don't think it's anything where there's none of those players that you're gonna say, okay, well, go with Bateman. You're guaranteed to get something. No, I don't think anything.
You're gambling on all three of them. You definitely are taking a gamble.
At least we know. At least we know with McNichols that he's going to get touches.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? The ball's going to be in his hand. So for that reason, I would go with that.
Just to get in here real quick so we didn't miss it. Max Newman,
Yes.
He needs a QB this week. Tua, DJ, or Tyrod Taylor?
That's a tough one. Tyrod and Tua play each other.
Yeah.
So that's an interesting game, and it might go to whoever has the ball last to score. I think you probably can't go wrong with either one of those. I'm not a Jones fan right now. I think Oakland's defense is stout. I think that's a tough situation. I think if the Giants win, they win on defense.
I could see Daniel Jones throwing for 350 yards, but I also think that it's going to be with 2 interceptions.
Or a fumble.
Yeah. I mean, you might get 20 points out of Daniel Jones, and you might get 20 points out of Tua or thing, but it's a matter of who's going to turn the ball over more, and I would have fear that Daniel Jones against that Raiders D, who's been getting some turnovers this year, I believe. That they might
get to the quarterback, Max Crosby.
Right.
Man, he's a beast.
Whether it's a forced fumble or a interception, you're getting 1 or 2 out of that quarterback, out of Daniel Jones. So I'm almost leaning either Tyrod or Tua more than Daniel Jones.
Me too, and I'm gonna say it's we gotta. I want to see what comes out on Tua. I know it's looking like he's gonna play.
Well, I know Tua doesn't have Devontae Parker today, which is a big weapon for him. So again, I might be leaning a little bit more towards Tyrod. It's kind of bad that I would be leaning over a backup versus a starting quarterback, but in some cases, Tyrod's got a little more experience of just coming in and playing in various situations. So I might be leaning Tyrod.
Yeah, and he's I've followed him since his days in Buffalo, and he got kind of a raw deal over here. You know, it was kind of at the beginning of the transition to where they're at now, and if you guys remember, he was I think he had him at 7-3 or 7. You know, they were in playoff contention, and they benched him for Nathan Peterman.
Absolutely. Yep.
Or Peterson, or whatever his name was, and he came out and threw 5 interceptions against San Diego in the first half, and and then he went to Cleveland. He kind of had some opportunities there. Then he went to San Diego, and they stabbed him in the lung.
Punctured his lung, right?
Punctured his lung. So the poor guy's been around the block and back, and I like him. I think he's still got a little juice left in the tank. I don't think we're gonna see a late Michael Vick. If you remember Michael Vick having that run later in his career with the Eagles, I don't think it's going to be anything like that. But like I said, if you watched him at all early in the season, he was exciting. That team shouldn't have had a chance. He kept them in a few games. So
there we go, Max. We're liking Tyrod.
All right, so Adam Lean coming in with a question and Nick Hobie coming in with a question. McCaffrey or Herbert for Adam Lean's question. I'm going to go with the running back that's been healthy, but maybe I'm wrong on that.
I go with McCaffrey. They say he's going to have a limited workload. Now there's two things to this. Maybe Carolina learned their lesson and they really will limit his workload. But judging by the past, when he's come back to full bore.
32 carries, 17 pass receptions. Yeah.
Well, how do you find out what they're going to do, right? Because are they going to... Do you look at it like they wouldn't even put him on the field if he wasn't healthy enough to be on? You know, would they take a chance if he's not 100% and put him out there even for one play with the chance of getting injured? I don't see them activating him and using him in a small role.
They want a playoff.
They say that they have.
They want the
say that it's
playoffs. They're trying to go for a wild card run. I think they're going to throw him in week 9 and just run the wheels off of him like they always do.
Yeah, I think so too.
Come week 13, we're going to be looking at the same situation again. We're 4 weeks later.
Yeah,
he's beat up.
If you got him, stash Chubba Hubba.
Yeah, right.
That's the name I was going to bring up. I think they are finally going to use Chubba Hubbard a little bit and split it. I think Khalil Herbert has been getting his 20-plus touches a week. He's getting receptions. He's getting carries. He plays Monday night. Pittsburgh's got a good, strong run defense, but I want a guy who's going to get me 20 carries. I don't trust McCaffrey yet, personally.
Nick Hobie coming in with that question. Tony or Renfro? I'm going to give this one to MIA first because I think I got the same answer as MIA, and I want to see what he says.
I go third in Renfro today.
Yeah.
I think Tony, we talked about his health issues. I think he's got tremendous talent, but you got to prove to me that you can stay on the field. And with taking Ruggs out of it, I think Renfro isn't going to be just third in Renfro. I think we're going to see heavy doses of him today.
Nunya, what are your beliefs?
If fully healthy, I go with Tony, but I absolutely take Renfro today. I think he's, besides what MIA said, I think he's healthier. He's just chilling this week.
I've been in love with Tony since you pointed him out to me, Nunya, and I've been watching him every week since. He was been a great player. I don't care how healthy he is today. I'm taking Renfro because I do not know what the Raiders offense is going to do to keep Darren Waller in their offense at this point, because Ruggs was such a huge part of getting Darren Waller open. And in order to get Darren Waller open without having bracket coverage around him all the time, they're going to have to manufacture ways to pull other people away. Well, third and Renfro is about to become first, second, and third Renfro in my belief. He is going to be a slot receiver on I think they're going to go 3 wide all the time with 1 tight end, because they have to manufacture what Ruggs was doing with 2 coverage guys to get Waller open. So I would assume Renfro is going to be on the field 75 plays of the offense now, all the time. He's going to be part of that offense heavily, and Bryan Edwards is going to take over Ruggs' position from what I understand. So anybody who's holding Bryan Edwards, there should be an upside on Bryan Edwards.
There should.
In my opinion, should. And there's a couple younger guys that are up and coming that I'm keeping an eye on there in the Raiders offense too. But I just think Renfro is. We're going to find out this week, right now, what they're doing because they must keep winning or they're going to have problems in the AFC. They got to stay on top.
This is a big game. Real quick, not to cut you off, Odie, we did miss. Thank you, Caesar. Hayden Rittenhouse, sorry for missing that. Real quick, should I play Mitchell or Jeff Wilson? Who gets some more touches? That was up there a bit. Sorry for missing that.
Eli Mitchell, that is. I'm assuming, right?
Yeah, Eli Mitchell or Jeff Wilson. To me, that's a toss-up over there of who gets what.
I think I'm leaning with Mitchell each time.
Me too.
He's proven commodity at this point.
My only thing is, like, it seems like San Francisco, like, they like to when guys come back, use them heavily to the extent, again, that they get hurt.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
We've got this weapon. Use it until it breaks. Yeah.
Yeah, so being that Jeff Wilson is coming back today, they could try to pound the rock a little bit with him. I don't know there. That's literally a coin toss for me. I would probably go or go Wilson. You know what I mean? Only on the strength of I'm going with McCaffrey coming off the IR, so Jeff Wilson's was a little bit different. He was on the PUP list, but same kind of thing, coming back.
I agree with you, Clown Baby. I'm a big Kadarius Toney fan.
I think he can be used to win a league. Kadarius, yeah, I kind of agree with that comment. I don't think this week is the week to play him, but I think the rest of the season going forward, if he can stay healthy and Daniel Jones needs an outlet, that's a fun outlet that can score from anywhere on the field. We've already seen that.
He'll run end arounds and he can throw passes. He's no joke.
He's a weapon. Yep. What's this? Hayden Rittenhouse coming in. Pick 2: Kittles, Pitts, or Landry.
Yes, we did hear that Kittles is active.
I see one big upside on one of those players if they're healthy. One really huge upside on one of them. Actually, two of them. Right?
I go Pitts and Landry there. Kittle, great player. You got to prove again. You got to prove that you can stay on the field, and
I don't know
what. It was MIA and Ron D who just put keeping Kittle on the bench. I completely agree.
I think we're all on the same board. Kittle is in an offense that it's up in the air. We really don't know what their offense is every week. We know that Pitts is going to be the mainstay of the passing offense now that Ridley's basically gone out of Atlanta. And Landry is now the number one, no longer in question in Cleveland with Odell Beckham out the door. So Landry.
Bye, Beckham.
Yeah.
Cry baby.
So I'm going with the two number ones there and hoping that they bring me 25, 30 points apiece, even in standard leagues for the rest of the season. I'm thinking that's what they're going to be. Maybe 18 to 20 is maybe a better average in a standard league, but you know they're going to be heavy target guys, I believe.
I agree.
Let's we probably should get moving along here. We're rolling into the 9:15 hour, so we've got some recaps we needed to go over. But last week we had Michael Carter getting that 35 points in the standard. Joe Mixon had a great week last week, and Austin Eckler. It was a pretty good week for him. I know that defense was hard that he's playing against, but they all produced last week as running backs that weren't.
Yeah, Carter was a bit of a surprise, you know, obviously, but he's talented. You know what I mean? You just have to hope that he's not a.
Was that a product of the quarterback's game? Do you think? Because the quarterback threw for, what, 390 yards, 400 yards?
408.
405.
Okay.
405.
And Carter got 9 receptions for 95 yards.
So that was a lot of.
He did already play this Thursday night, and before White went down, he got a reception. He didn't get a single target after that. So it may be the quarterback can check down or the quarterback can't check down. Which quarterback do we have? Do they have experience? Are they happy feet? He looks good. He can run the rock. He can catch the rock, but he's on a terrible team.
Yeah, that's really the the long and short of it right there.
The Detroit Lions of the AFC East. Just a horrible team with a good couple pieces that'll never grow to be better because they're on a horrible team. Austin Eckler, you know, he's just going to keep growing with that team's quarterback, so keep an eye on that kid. If you've got him on your team, thumbs up.
No surprises there.
Not at all. So let's move into the Week 9 projections here. All right. As you guys can see, we've got the man, Alvin Kamara, up there at the top this week, going up against Atlanta at home. I expect a big game out of him with the New Orleans quarterback situation just in the whatever you want to call it. That's a dumpster fire waiting to happen, in my opinion. So Alvin Kamara, lots of touches, I would expect.
Yeah, we know Trevor Siemian from his old Denver days.
Yeah.
So I'm not
I'll be I am forced to start Trevor Siemian this week. Forced because of Aaron Rodgers.
It kind of goes back to what we talked about last week with coaching. When it comes to New Orleans, like do I think Siemian and any other team would be a viable option right now? No, but I think that Sean Payton, I mean, he knows what he's doing. They'll. I think the news of Michael Thomas not coming back, I think that's actually going to be good news in the end for because I look at it like this. You have a bunch of young receivers there. You had looming news kind of all season of Michael Thomas coming back. As a young receiver, that has to be a little bit of pressure knowing that a all-pro is coming back to a job that maybe you're competing for. So, you know me, Mr. Optimism. So I look at that as a good sign for these young wide receivers. Now you take a Trevor Siemian. Who knows what he can do? Can he manage a game? Because that's what that defense is sick over there.
Yeah.
So if we can have a game manager in there, and if he can find kind of his Michael Thomas, the way Drew Brees did, somebody that can get 7 yards a catch, and catch the ball every time, I think they may still be okay. They may surprise some people.
Nunya, what are you thinking over there?
Yeah, I think they also protocol came off on what's his name there, their gadget quarterback. So,
Taysom Hill.
Taysom Hill. Okay.
Taysom Hill.
He's going to get some usage today, and I would assume going forward, if they continue to play Siemian, he'll get usage.
They have decided to start Siemian, so I think it's going to be heavy doses of Kamara. It's going to be Kamara through the air, Kamara on the ground.
In goal line, I would look for Siemian to come out, Taysom Hill to run a Wildcat-style offense from goal line situations with Kamara either spreading out to wide or them running like a two deep. Wow, they got some crazy stuff they can do with that whole Taysom Hill
can still
situation.
Get an option.
So that's the problem, though, is like if Trevor Siemian's not dropping dimes from 20 yards out, he starts losing opportunities for red zone touchdown passes. Because Taysom Hill's going to come in and maybe be a running back quarterback or be a throwing option play quarterback or whatever they decide to do, because they've got a couple other receivers on that team that can come in and throw the ball back to Taysom Hill on like a QB throwback. So they've got some, Sean Payton can always throw some weird gadgetry plays in there. So I'm like I said, I've got to start Taysom Hill this week, and it's painful because I don't know what's going to happen, But I'm happy Kamara's going to get some touches. I think that's a big part. If you're a Kamara holder, you're probably going to see 35 to 45 target touches throughout the game today. And hopefully he can stay healthy. Let's hope. Neil Harris rolling or getting Chicago defense up there in Pittsburgh on Monday night. I think this is a big game for Pittsburgh, and I think it's a big game for their running back. What are you guys feeling about Neil Harris being like the offensive game plan?
Najee, you got Neil Harris on the brain.
You're right. I'm saying
What's up, Neil Harris?
Neil Stewart and Robert Harris on the brain. Yeah. Najee Harris home at Pittsburgh. You guys thinking he's going to be the main part of their offense?
I think he's going to be the workhorse there.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's going to be the cog, and he's getting receptions now too. Chicago's defense is tough, but I think they're going to lean on Najee. I think he's correctly the number 2 projection up there.
Najee Harris. Sorry. Yeah, I think it's a good thing for them, and with their receivers having problems every single week in Pittsburgh, Monday night game against the Bears defense, you want to give Big Ben a little bit of time on their pass rush, so they're going to probably lean on the running game to do play actions with Ben, so he can get like maybe a 4-second pocket and not have to run from the Mac. that's a big fast beast coming at him at all times.
Oh, yeah.
We got Eckler going up against Philly. Philly's D's been weak all season. I'm thinking Eckler's up there in points this week. I think Herbert leans on him. They want to get a bounce-back win. This has been a good bounce-back team for most teams already this season. Come in, you're a losing record, or you just lost one. Play the Philadelphia. It's a get-right game.
Mm-hmm.
I see Eckler getting some points. We all saw what Mr. New NFL running back of the year did against the Jets.
Jonathan Taylor.
He was in the third quarter with 170 yards. If they really wanted to turn the heat up, they could have gone for 200 yards easily.
Oh, easily.
Easily.
He sat a lot in the first half, too. He sat the last
right. Hines got a lot of play time.
Hines, right.
Mm-hmm. Any of you guys holding Jonathan Taylor and that were holding him at the beginning of the season and stuck with him, good for you. It took a couple weeks, but now he's up and running, and he might be turning through week 17 for you.
I'll tell you what, and with the Derrick Henry injury, that puts Indianapolis right in line in that division. It makes things interesting there. And as much as it pains me to say it, I see Carson Wentz making improvements over there. Yeah. I'm not a Carson Wentz fan, but I'm a Frank Reich fan, and I kind of had some confidence that Frank Reich would maybe turn around Wentz and put him in a system that's fit for him, and it seems like they're coming along.
Yeah.
Some confidence if T.Y. Hilton can stay healthy for a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that does open their offense up.
A little more room.
Absolutely, that's exactly what I was thinking too. Was once T.Y. got back and he became a threat about 3 weeks ago, all of a sudden Jonathan Taylor just starts busting off 100-yard gains, and it's like, wow, they spread that offense out and defenses respected the T.Y. Now they got to worry a little bit, but yeah, I'm big on the Colts and I'm big on Jonathan Taylor through the rest of the season at this point because of the injury to Derrick Henry. Yeah.
Good morning, Cassie.
Good morning.
Cassie.
Got any more questions? No. This is fifth one here. I know it's projected lowest, but man, I'm not gonna lie. This one's like my golden one, and I'm a Chiefs fan, and I know how we tackle. And Aaron Jones scares the living bedages out of me today, dude. Like, I'm so scared of this, right? They don't have a quarterback. They have an Aaron Jones against a Chiefs defense they can't tackle. Like, I don't know what you guys, but man.
But can that Chiefs defense key in on the run and make them be one-dimensional?
I think Green Bay.
Yeah, obviously, if Aaron Rodgers is in there, you can't do that. But with Jordan Love in there, do you think that they can just key in on the run, or you don't think that they have the?
I don't think Chiefs have the ability to stop shifty running backs ever. I don't. Shifty speed running backs can make us literally not make us. The Chiefs will dance. They'll try to tackle and they'll dance, and you don't need a quarterback. We're able to stop Derrick Henry because he's a big bust. The Chiefs are able to hold him to 80 yards. But you put a shifty running back in there, 120, 140, 160 yards. That's what I see Aaron Jones doing today. And they may still lose. But I see Aaron Jones getting 160, maybe all-purpose yards. Because they'll probably do a lot of screen passes to try to even out that and keep the linebackers off of the 8-man front a little bit more. But, yeah, Aaron Jones today, whoa. And I'm a fan of the Chiefs, and I'm telling people this. Like, yeah, it hurts that bad. You know, there's some players that just take chunks out of your team, and you know that style. And it's
LaDainian Tomlinson, man, he did it to me for 13 years.
Yep. And you knew what was coming. You knew exactly what was going to come, and you can't stop it because the players on the team aren't built to stop that style of player. I don't know if you guys feel that way about.
Look at Adam E. making it rain up in here.
Oh, thank you, good sir. Thank you so much.
Look at these legendary hosts. It's not just fantasy. This is reality. Show them the love, folks. Thank you so much, Adam E., Mrs. E. Thank you guys for hanging out until 4 o'clock in the morning last night. That was cool.
That was amazing. That's amazing. Even I didn't hang that long.
Getting it in.
New Fro with that Groucho Marx question every week. Yeah. Once again, the week for you to bench Mahomes. You and only you. That's our fantasy advice.
Yep. Bench him. Bench him. I don't know who's playing him this week, but I'm like, go ahead and bench him. No. I'd never bench
Newfall, you got to get a slightly better. Like, you got to come in like bench Mahomes for like Kirk Cousins or someone like that. You can't
like
come
that?
with Fields. I mean, I wouldn't do that, but I'm just saying something a little bit more realistic.
I don't know. I'm like
Fields had that nice run last week. That was a beautiful touchdown run. I'm still not sold. I think Pittsburgh's defense eats them up alive this week.
I kind of do too. I don't think the Bears have a wise game plan any week that I've seen.
That's it. That's the other thing. Fields definitely shows some potential, but will they? Are they going to let that coaching staff keep staying there? I don't.
Yeah.
Nagy
drafted him as a savior. I'm sorry, Nunya. I didn't mean to cut you off there.
I just meant it's a Monday night game in Pittsburgh. That just amps it up even more.
Mike Tomlin's been angry at the NFL. I got a feeling he's going to unleash the beast and be like, I don't want to be a college coach. Let me show you why. The Bears with that quarterback, I feel so bad for him. And I know we can talk about quarterbacks later on, but man, they just continue to run this kid into the ground every play. And it's like, give him an offense that doesn't have option plays yet. He's not ready for those. He's not ready for RPOs. He just needs to hand off and do play actions at this point. And it's the same thing with what we've seen in a couple other quarterbacks. Jalen Hurts, he's out there for 4 seconds trying to make a pass on a play that was designed to throw in 3 seconds. And he's getting penalties because of it, and then he's getting hit because of it. And it's like, you got to change your offense. You can't change the quarterback yet. That takes time, but you can change your offense real quick. But we're not NFL coaches. They know better than us.
Adam Richmond with a question here. Zach Moss, Kadarius Toney, or Javonte Williams for PPR? I'm going to go Toney there. Biggest upside. Zach Moss, you don't know what you're getting there. And Javonte Williams. Melvin Gordon, I think, has been outperforming him, and he at best you're getting a 50-50 split. I think Toney has the most upside there.
I think Javonte can break off runs at any moment, but Melvin Gordon's seeing the important touches. When they need 3rd and 2, when they have a red zone, when they have anything that has to be a big catch, they go to Melvin Gordon. Otherwise, they just bring that guy in as a meat guy on 1st and 2nd down. Try to get a couple yards and shorten it up for the quarterback,
and I mean there's a chance that Moss eats today against that Jacksonville defense. You never know. Watching Buffalo, you'll see heavy doses of Singletary early, and then you kind of see Moss take his place. So there's definitely a chance. Experts have Moss projected higher than Singletary this week. So if you're looking to start Moss, this week may be the week to do it. I still think Toney has more upside there.
You guys agree that, like, if you're playing Toney or if you have Toney on your roster, that you're kind of treating Toney as a wide receiver 3 or as a flex 2? Or is he down on that list for you right now, or would you still start him as a wide receiver? I know he's not anybody's number 1 today. Kadarius can't.
I think it depends on buys and stuff. If he's healthy, I have no problem starting him as a wide receiver 2.
Okay. If you know his health 100%, though, right?
Yeah, that's the thing. Because it's like you said, it hasn't been like, okay, he missed 3 games with an injury and came back. It's been a lot of coming out of the game. A lot of, So,
yeah.
What are your thoughts on that, Nunya?
Yeah, I like Toney's upside with the rest of the Giants hurt. Has come out of a couple games, but he went back in. The only game he didn't go back in was when he was stupid and punched a guy. So he got kicked out and couldn't come back in, but he apparently apologized to the team, and they were okay with it.
But the next week he went out early and didn't finish the game.
Yeah. But no, he went out early. He came back.
Oh, he did come back in that
last week he went out. He was forced to because more Giant injuries. So yeah, he has come back other than the week he was forbidden to come back, and I like his upside. So I go with Toney. Sure. Never go with an empty roster spot, brother.
Yeah.
I know we got a new couple of subbies here this week joining us. If you guys are wondering what's going on, there's a heist going on in the chat. You are earning bull coins just from being here in the channel. Bull coins are our proprietary coin that you get by being here on the channel watching. Joining that heist, you can do it by pointing or hitting exclamation point heist and then typing in 1 or up to 100 coins, and you'll join in, have a chance at doubling your bull coins there. I want to welcome everybody joining us again today, and thanking you for hitting that like and subscribe, and let you know we're here every week for fantasy football, but we're also here for stock and crypto every single day, all the time, 24/7. So we're going to roll into some buy and sell here on running backs. I'm real interested to hear you guys' thoughts on all three of these running backs if you had them in your roster. Nunya, I'll go ahead and start with you. What are your thoughts on Mr. Melvin Gordon in your roster if you had him? What are you doing this week? It's week 9. You've seen what he's been doing all season. Where are you at him? On him, sorry.
I think he's an absolute split running back. I don't like the situation there. If I can get anything that I need for him, I'm hoping any week that he can score, that I'm going to try and sell high on him. I don't like the situation. I don't like the team. The division is really, really tough. I think 3 years ago, Gordon is a complete different guy than 600 carries later. I'm a sell high guy the next time he scores once or twice.
Okay. Where are you at, Melvin Gordon?
I'm in the same boat. I'm actually holding Melvin Gordon in one league, and I've had to use him in some spot plays. I like having him just because if anything does happen to Javonte Williams, and then I think we see, I think we see them not being afraid to just use Gordon for everything he has. But I agree, split situation here. Unless you're in bye week trouble, I don't, because I think that is a true split.
6 years ago, I would agree with you guys, but you probably both know I play a lot of these split running back situations. I like playing Kareem Hunt. I've got Melvin Gordon on 2 of my leagues, and I've got Kareem Hunt on 2 of my leagues. They're vultures. They get those. Those red zone touches, like I was talking about earlier. Javonte's their 1-2 down guy. Melvin Gordon gets to see those 3rd down and 7s. Melvin Gordon gets to see those 3rd down and 2 when they do the RPOs, and they tend to block those pretty decently in Denver, where I feel good about him. So I do play Melvin Gordon, so I hold him high. I think he's a touchdown vulture, and he scored for me basically, I think, the last 4 weeks, touchdowns. But I might be wrong
real
on
quickly. We got a question from Cell Phone Bazaar.
Sure.
Says A.J. Brown or Jalen Waddle. Kind of iffy on A.J. Brown because Ramsey's guarding him, and Devontae Parker and Will Fuller are both out. They're also playing the Texans.
We got some news on A.J. Brown that he's not 100%, and it might be a game time. I know that.
Yeah, I think that they're leaning towards. I know he didn't practice Wednesday and Thursday, or did he not practice Friday?
And Devontae Parker's out.
Waddle there with Devontae Parker out. I like that matchup a lot. A.J. Brown, I love his upside. Moving forward, they're gonna have to find a way to get the ball to him with Henry out. But in this matchup, A.J. Brown not fully healthy. Great point.
Jalen Ramsey.
Yeah. So
yeah,
I'm going Waddle there. It's a toss up though, because if A.J. Brown does play like he's expected, they could try to force the ball to him, depending on how the running game gets going. But I think you have a more clearer. We know the relationship that Tua. That's another thing. If Tua plays, which again we're monitoring that, it's looking towards. So you have a lot of variables in that. But I would go Waddle.
Let's not forget you got Von Miller now coming off the edge. He will play today. I saw. That's frightening. Aaron Donald.
That should be illegal. I want.
It's NBA style superstar teams now.
Yeah, well, when the SEC is done with the GameStop and AMC situation, I want them to head over to the LA Rams situation and find out what's going on over there.
What kind of collusion is that over here?
They've been naked shortened contracts over there for a few years now.
Yeah.
Got that right.
So let's move into Booker here. What are you guys' thoughts on Booker going forward? What do you got if you got him in your roster? I do not hold him anywhere. I'm not a big fan on Booker, but he's had some upside the last couple weeks. What are you feeling about Booker here?
I like him. I like his talent. I think he's 100% relying on Barkley's health, obviously. But if I had to start one Giant today, it would probably be Booker.
Okay.
Against the Raiders. Let's not forget he played for the Raiders for a couple years, so you always got that little extra. Not saying that that's going to make a difference, but playing against an old team,
Chip.
You always have. And what other options do they have, Nunya? How big is his role going to be?
Yeah, they don't. He is the role. I was a little bit afraid last week until it was proven. He is the role. He's probably short term because Barkley's getting closer to coming back. But he's almost worth a hold because Barkley can't stay healthy. So.
How's his pass blocking?
The pass blocking's surprisingly okay.
So they might use him in a role today to keep the pass rush of the Raiders off of him and go to a 4 wide with 1 running back system today and chip block probably. Because the Raiders do have a mean pass rush. What's the guy? Yeah. He looks like Kyle Vanden Bosch, but it's not. I'm trying to think what his name is.
Max Crosby.
Max Crosby. Yeah.
Crosby. Yep.
18 months sober, man. That's outside of all the bad stories that the Raiders have around them. Sometimes we do have two. Yeah. We got a Waller. We got this guy. Sobriety, especially when you're dealing at peak physical. Things that lead to alcoholism and painkiller dependencies. Not that it makes it any more acceptable because they're athletes, but it happens for a different reason when you're dealing with physical, whatever. And both of those guys got off it, and John Gruden was a big part of it for both of them. So not defending anything else he did, just saying there's a good side and a bad side to everything. Yeah, absolutely. Tyrone Baylor. Good morning, Tyrone.
Question up. Did we miss
do I go which one? Do I go Eli Mitchell or Chase Edmonds? I normally go Mitchell, but I'm afraid of the workload with the injury. Not only the injury, with the return of Wilson there. If Kyler Murray doesn't play, I think Chase Edmonds becomes extremely more important.
Yep.
But I would still probably go Chase Edmonds there either way. With Mitchell a little bit banged up, with Wilson coming back, I would probably take the chance on Chase Edmonds there.
What do you guys think? Where are you
at? Chase Edmonds. Chase Edmonds has San Francisco's D, so they're both having each other's. I kind of like Chase Edmonds, just opportunity. I like the whole offense.
I'm going to swing a little bit different than you guys on this one. And you guys know me. I've been saying Chase Edmonds all season. This is the week I don't want to roll Chase Edmonds. This is San Francisco's D. I think they know him better than any of the other teams that have seen Chase Edmonds this season. And I also think Arizona goes to a really deep passing game today to try to keep Kyler Murray balanced more than what he's been lately, where he's been running for his life. So I think they're going to go to like a 4-wide passing game and try to use Ertz a lot more today. Quick passes, 1, 2, 3 second over the middle, and try to force San Francisco to step out of their pass rush. I'm kind of a little bit more here going towards the Mitchell than playing Chase. I know the answer is not exactly why Mitchell's going to run better, but I don't think Chase gets used much today. I really don't. So I'm running more with Mitchell on that one.
I'm more of the opinion that Kyler Murray isn't starting.
Okay.
That was why I was.
That's a good argument. If Kyler, like you both said, if Kyler Murray's not playing, I do think that Chase and Connor become a lot more important in that game because I don't trust in the backup quarterback in Arizona. It's a whole different offense once that happens. You've got 5 receivers that don't get usage. Kirk, you know what I mean? Like all these other receivers that will never see the light of day because it's not Kyler Murray. So it's like that whole offensive game plan goes out the window if it's a backup quarterback. And then it's just hand the ball off and protect the ball. Let's get back here to McCaffrey. I know we kind of talked about him a little bit.
Who's their backup? Colt McCoy?
Is that who it is? I have to dig into it.
Yeah, he would start if that. Colt McCoy looked
Colt's got some
okay
history.
with Washington last year. Was it last year? 2 years ago when Alex Smith got hurt? Yeah, he's a seasoned vet. He's by no means any Kyler Murray, but the good thing is, and I think this kind of goes against what I just said and bodes against Chase Edmonds, is he can throw the ball. So if he does start, it's not going to be a just try to run the ball. Yeah. You got those weapons. Colt McCoy will use them.
He's a pocket quarterback.
Yeah.
Colt McCoy's got a little bit of arm. He can get 15-yard outs and stuff like that. But does he have the hookup with Hopkins to do it every down? You know what I mean? Does he have that back shoulder presence with Hopkins like Kyler Murray already?
Yeah,
Hopkins is doubtful too.
Oh, great. So San Francisco might get a free one here today. Is there any more questions? Looks like we're caught up. What are you guys thinking here on McCaffrey? If you have McCaffrey in your lineup or in your roster, and I know MIA, starting with you do have a McCaffrey ownership. What are you doing today if he comes out and throws an egg? Where are you at if he comes out and throws you 24 points? How do you react to these things?
I think I'm keeping them either way. I think with a lot of people, you look the other way, but when it's you're the number one overall pick, it's like it's kind of ride or die. Now, if he came out and puts up 30 points today, and somebody makes me an offer I can't refuse, sure. I would. It's not something I would not look in, and it would be a good move to sell high on him. Because you don't know how long it's going to last, regardless.
Absolutely.
And then on the other end of it, if he comes out and he lays a goose egg, if I'm not holding him, maybe I'm making an offer to somebody. Depending on why that goose egg is. You know what I mean? If he gets shut down, that's one thing. If he comes out and he's just very limited, that's another thing. So I think after this game, if you're holding him or you're, say you're a Chuba Hubbard owner at this point, and say McCaffrey gets half the workload today, but say Chuba Hubbard outproduces, you know what I mean? You may want to make a move on him if that's it. But I don't see, it's not a situation where if he has a good game, I'm going to panic sell, and it's like, okay, I got to get, because he's still, when he's on the field, he's the number one running back in football, fantasy-wise. So it's tough. What are you guys thinking about him? What would you do? Would you try to pick him up? What would you look to get? Would you wait for this game and if he does come out there and tank, try to pick him up on the low? What's the love the Batman Cup there, Odie?
Thank you. I'll just jump in real quick. I think I look at past history, and I think the last 2 seasons is past history of what they plan to do with him and what happens to him. You know me, I'm not a big running back draft early guy. There are a few of them that I'll go after. CMC might be one of them just because he's a pass reception guy. But usually I'm not in that number one spot to grab him, so I don't really worry about him. And then in this situation, you already seen the last 2 years, he gets overused and gets injured. And his body doesn't hold up. And every year he's adding another life here. So he's getting older. But I look at it this way. If I had him on my roster and I've already been missing him for 4 weeks, and we were talking about this earlier, I'm probably not playing him this week because I don't want to get pitched a 1 or 2 point game for bringing him in. I would rather make him show me he can get 24 points. But if he only pitches like a 18 or something and somebody calls me and says, hey, man, he's back and I got something that can make you stronger than what you were for those last 4 weeks without him, I might deal him. Especially if I have him a keeper league or something, because I know he's not going to be healthy next year again. I know he's not going to be healthy in the 5th season and the 6th season. So at this point, I'm in the realization mode that McCaffrey is never going to be healthy for an entire season. I'm not wasting a number one pick on him, so I'll trade him if I've got him right now. If he does something fiery like today, if he goes off and gets 3 touchdowns and 17 receptions and 20 carries. Go for it, dude. I'll trade that right away and get me some things down the road. That's just how I play things, though. Nunya, where are you at?
Yeah, since the advent of PPR, I am so anti anti-running back and changing of rules of the game, slotted towards offense. It used to be if I got a top 3 pick, I was doing backflips, and now if I get a top 3 pick, I'm upset because I'm one of those guys. By this point in the season, I would have traded him. That's just how I am. I think you're going to get way more 20, 30-point games out of wide receivers, tight ends. You may get a 50-point quarterback. I think running backs are a dime a dozen. The best ones still get hurt often. So yeah, not a fan, not a running back fan.
Yeah.
They're not kickers in my eyes. They're definitely important. You need points, but
yeah,
I would trade them.
We got a couple good questions here coming in. I'll answer Jay James first because I think it's the most important. Jay James, that is none other than None Your Business in the middle there. One of the new hosts here on the channel. He's been joining us for the last couple of weeks on the fantasy, and he's been helping us out behind the scenes in the entire Bulldog Trading channel, and it's been much appreciated. And we welcome
KJ,
him.
you know None Your Business.
Yeah, he does.
This might be your first time seeing him, but he's been a community OG.
No doubt.
What's up, JJ? Nice to meet you for real.
Nufo coming in with a question here. Would any of you start Adrian Peterson against the Rams? I'm a big no. That's all you need to know.
Wouldn't.
Not this week. No,
Show me what you're working with, Adrian. Let me see how old you are and where you're.
The only thing that I'll say about Adrian Peterson is the guy is.
He's Adrian Peterson.
Yes, and after what he did when he came back from that ACL, like none other, we still have probably never seen a recovery the way that
old,
he did.
come back, run 200 yards. Yeah, agree.
So, and from what I hear, you got to be in pretty good shape to do Dancing with the Stars. So I'm sure he's still, he's still probably sitting okay. But I wouldn't start him this week. I think they're going to give the kid a chance to shine there and see what they got. And we'll see. We'll see how it works. I could be completely wrong. I was completely wrong on the Tyson Williams. Is that his name? And down there in Baltimore that I was so high on. And that guy came out, seen some carries the first week, and it's been the senior citizen brigade out there in Baltimore ever since.
Adam Lean coming in with a question that I think is more relevant towards a PPR league question. If you're looking at it as a running back stance, he's coming in with a Mixon or Cordell Patterson. If it's a running back stance, I think that's a PPR question. If it's a flex position, I might lean towards Cordell Patterson, even though I know Mixon's going to get you some points. But in a running back situation that you need PPR, Cordell Patterson's going to get you catches. But Mixon's going to get you points too, so that's a weird one. It's a weird one to gamble on.
I think I still go Mixon there.
Okay.
Yeah. They both have really tough defenses they're going up against this week, which is difficult, but I know Mixon's going to get leaned on heavily.
True.
In game, so
Patterson.
My choice.
It's basically Patterson and Pitts in Atlanta. The one good thing I'd say about Patterson is that they'll find a way to get him the ball, whether it's outside on the wing, whether it's a reverse or a run play. They manufacture their offense for him because that's their only weapons now. They only got 2. So
and he is 1/2 PPR, so that might lean you a little bit more towards Cordero Patterson.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't see him getting the quantity of catches
targets,
for it to be. Yeah, I mean, he has that big game capability, and they're gonna find ways to get the ball in his hands. But I don't see him.
They're still gonna hand the ball off Mike Smith 10 times. They're still gonna throw to Pitts 15 times.
Yep.
And the big plays that Patterson has is going to be an end around or some kind of trickery, something like that. I think Mixon is just a beast.
Workhorse, yeah. He's
a true number 1.
He's gonna get you 25 targets, whether it's pass or run. He's gonna see the ball 25 times in that game. Yeah, especially in a divisional game against Cleveland for the AFC North, basically at this point. Yeah, it's a big game for them, I think. All right, I think we are good with running backs. Do you guys want to take a little?
Yeah, I'll go let the dogs out before we start the next segment.
I'm gonna stick around. That way we don't leave a dead mic on. But I'll go ahead and let you guys.
Yeah,
step
I'll
out
go
for
quick.
A second?
Need a hoodie, Augie? I look cold.
Let you guys.
Augie Doggy needs. Nanya needs a hoodie. Why does he need a hoodie?
So you guys are good.
You need to cover up my bald hair a
What
little
the
bit.
dog doing?
Nanya needs a hoodie. I like it. Oh, get the stretch on.
Nanya looks like a straight player.
Adam, we are here for you, bud. Every Sunday, anytime you need something, just ask us, and we'll try to help you out with the information we got. It's not just fantasy, though. We're also here for them stocks. You can join our 100% free Discord. Get in on that. You won't find that anywhere else in any of the stock channel world. We're throwing you 100% information for 100% free, and it's from your 100% greatest family on YouTube. I like using the word 100% today, by the way. I hope everyone is doing awesome out there. I hope everyone is having a great weekend. We'll get right back into this shortly. We'll be discussing, I believe our next one is defenses. We're going to take a little break here for a couple moments. Let these guys get refreshed. Let MIA, let the doggies out. And then we'll get in with the defense. All right. I'd like to say hello again to Caesar C, Robin Whatever, Augie Doggy, Edward Durbin. You guys are so awesome, and I appreciate you guys joining us here today and hitting that like and subscribe greatly. We're doing this for you guys, and we enjoy doing it too. We're all fantasy fans, so getting a chance to talk football is just something we enjoy doing. Ooh, my coffee's getting a little low. By the way, DC Comics again. You guys want to go ahead, hit us up. Also, while I'm sitting here for a couple moments, if you guys are interested, Bulldog and Lindsay are always needing help, and they're willing to pay for that help. So if you are talented in, let's say, social media, editing, audio, hit Bulldog up, and they will be happy to pay out bounties for any kind of piecework you do here for the channel. It's something we offer. We want to throw them tendies back to our family and not have to outsource it to other people. And we are hoping to take this stream up into the top. So if you're coding, you got any special skills that we could use, hit Bulldog up. That telephone's on the screen. The telephone number's on the screen. When we get back from the fantasy channel, it'll be up there for you. But give them a call, and I'm sure you guys can work something out. All right. I'm just going to look at a couple little Twitter pages here and see if anything new is popping up in the world. Adam Schefter. Doesn't look like we got any new starts or sit-ems posted as of yet. I am seeing that the Panthers are planning to Sam Darnold to start today against the Patriots, so he's not having any setbacks this morning. The Broncos have announced that Drew Lock is out for the game, but he's a backup. Let's see here. Adam Schefter is reporting that the Titans are keeping the hope alive that Derrick Henry will be back possibly before the season, but I don't know how possible that's going to be realistically. Check Ian Rappaport here. Nothing new over there. The earliest we're seeing that Aaron Rodgers could be back is next weekend, barring he passes everything. And we are seeing reports now, as of 3 minutes ago, that Von Miller may not go if his ankle is not 100%, and they could just go ahead and rest him through their bye week. And Adrian Peterson will make his debut tonight. He will get some playing time. They're saying he's going to be their lead running back. I don't know where they're getting that from, but Rappaport is saying Adrian Peterson will be the starting running back. So our McNichols info could be wrong up to this point. We'll see. Could be a fake out too. Adam saying Tua or Tyrod. Tua was injured middle finger, makes me nervous. Devontae Parker being out makes me nervous, so be aware of that. Tyrod's a seasoned vet. He could possibly step in there in Houston and do some things. Nufo, I'm willing to trade my 2022 third round draft pick for your Kamara, Odifro. All right, we'll talk after the we'll talk. I want all the first rounders. Adam Leon, should I pick up Galladay and drop Hines? I have Taylor. Oh man, you might want to hold on to Hines just in case Taylor goes down. Hines has been getting some yards and some catches, so that probably wouldn't hurt to have him as a handcuff there. But I don't know. You might just check and see what you want to do with that one. Let's see. Starlet's running on gate. Okay. Check that out. Thank you for that info, Mr. Wayne. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Thank you for that barbecue beef. That was excellent. Had a nice sandwich. It was good. Shout out to Hog Wild in Lawrence, Kansas. Let's see here. Get over to the old Discord. Just make sure everything's up and good. It looks like Nunya's getting closer to being back.
I am back with fresh coffee if you need to go refresh yours, brother.
Nice. I'm going to bring you back in. Let you handle a little questionnaire here. Keep the chat going. I'm going to run and do my coffee thing real quick. Here we go. All right. I'm going to step away for a minute, guys, and Nunya's going to handle it. MI will probably be back here in a second, too, and we'll break it into defense. Nunya, this is all you. I'll be right back.
Okay, we got it. I have Adam coming through with a question of Tua or Tyrod. There are some questionable issues about Tua, but Ryan Flores did say this morning that he was very likely to start, so they're playing against Houston. Houston's playing against Miami. Houston gets beat pretty hard every week. So I think Tua's got high upside. Tyrod has been great when given an opportunity, as long as his team doesn't stab him in the lung with a syringe. So I don't think you can go wrong on that. Neither one of them is a typical, you're going to be your 30-point guy. But if it's me today, I'm probably leaning Tua in that because of upside. I think Tua, if he plays, I think they want to win. He can score in the 40s. So I like Tua on that one. And look at that. Caesar agrees with me. Tua if he plays. And yes, he's in. I got a guy just like you. We play poker together. And guys, everybody else out there, if when I came back in, I heard Odifro talking about it. We have an absolutely free Discord. There are amazing things in there. There's so much free research for stocks and crypto. We have ways to get to know each other's families and pets. But we also watch football in there. We watch fights in there together. That crazy UFC card last night, we all hung out and watched together. We have poker a couple nights a week. So it's more than just a stock and crypto channel. We're trying to bring you some fantasy now. So we're just check it out. It's a blast. We have a lot of fun here. Thank you, Heather E, for putting that link for the Discord up there. Low key coming through also. Really appreciate it. It is about fam here. Anybody have any fantasy questions right now? I'll be glad to help you out with them. I know we're about to go up into defense, which is not everybody's most exciting category, but I have seen it in a week or two, and that can be a difference maker on a league. We have one extra week this season, and it's going to be difficult for people. So that 1 week when somebody pops a 20-point defense, it could be a difference maker. And that's right, Mr. Santa Claus yourself. It is an all-around channel. We love it. Like and subscribe, folks. Rate fantasy, stocks, crypto, and general life questions. That's right. Everybody's family here. APES, APE, all people equal. We love everybody here. Everybody's welcome. It's all about positivity and tendies and family. Just having fun, guys. It's about that. We want to have fun together. We want to help each other out. We want to lift everybody up. So that's all good stuff. Crypto for us all. Everything for us all. That's good stuff. Looks like we got MIA back.
I am back.
About to be back. Doggy's okay?
Dogs are good. They're enjoying it. It's a nice sunny day out. They didn't want to come in, which I guess is a good thing, because there'll be snow on the ground pretty soon.
All about to get some weather, or at least you and I are. I know we got some people from all over the place. I don't play DraftKings, Clown Baby, but I am tempted to try it once in a while. I just never really got into daily fantasy, but I do know some people. I have a different league that I play in that dabble in it. Do you play in it, and do you have any success, Clown Baby? Love to hear some information on that, and if maybe we can talk about it in Discord if you don't want to talk about it here. New folk, Cole Beasley at Jacksonville seems like a no-brainer, but if he's a go, Mark Connor at San Francisco. Yeah, I mean, you're right. Cole Beasley did get used a little bit more last week. So I don't know how hurt he is, and we will get some more answers in about an hour. Connor might not be a bad deal because we don't think Kyler Murray's going to play.
Chris Santa says, I bet you got a guy.
I got a guy. I bet you do too. And so does Ant-Man.
It's so funny. Chris Santa, now that I've got the voice with the name, it's great. It's that was awesome getting to talk to you Friday night. Hopefully we get to do it again soon, man. The boy is good. The boy is actually at his mother's right now. He should be here in about 1 hour and 55 minutes, Mr. Santa. But appreciate all the love. Always asking about Nicky Boy, man. It means the world to me. Clown Baby says he wins a few hundred every season playing it. Some years better than others. Yeah, I've won a little bit. I don't do DraftKings. I use FanDuel, but the beauty is if you play it and then you don't play it for long enough, they'll give you free money.
Caesar, the last I heard, he was still highly questionable, Tyler. So let me see if I have any updates now.
And now I know, Mr. Santa, you definitely got a guy. 100%.
Yes, you do.
I'm sure you have several guys. So, yeah, I had a friend that won. Well, not really a friend of a friend. Let me not embellish too much. But he won before taxes almost $800,000. I don't know if it was FanDuel or DraftKings, but it was like a $500 tournament a few years back. That's what got me in. And I have this whole thing filled up with bracelets, Mr. Santa.
All right,
That's what we're gonna have to get. We're gonna have to do a annual big tournament where the winner gets the actual Bulldog trading bracelet. Have like the World Series of Bulldog Poker.
That would be interesting. I'm back, by the way. Thank you for letting me take that break. Appreciate it.
So Adam Schefter reported at 8:09 this morning is the last that they're going to test Kyler Murray's injury pregame and make a final decision on his status. He went down with the ankle injury at the end of week 8 and didn't practice at all. They will take the quote-unquote big picture into consideration, whether they'll start him or not.
Is it a right or a left leg? Do we know?
This story doesn't say.
I'm
just
interested.
says ankle.
He's a baseball-styled guy. He needs that front plant leg.
Yep.
Has to be able to have that to throw a decent ball. If it's his left ankle, I'm really interested in how far he can throw the ball with velocity down the field. Really interesting. Everybody knows he's got a good shoulder that can throw a ball with velocity, but can he throw the 40-yard out? That I don't know, and that's a big part of their game is those 40-yard outs, the 40-yard ins. Because it gives him enough time to scramble for 4 to 5 seconds, and then he can throw those slotted plays that they do with the double moves. And I don't know if he can hit those today if his left ankle's all messed up. So their game plan could change a lot, and I think that kind of folds back to that Chase Edmonds kind of question. Chase Edmonds might be worth a lot more because of Kyler's injury,
Absolutely.
even if he plays. Yeah,
Be more run heavy.
And Connor, for that matter.
that's right, Connor as well. Yeah.
I saw what you wrote, Nufo, and that's an awesome thing to discuss in Discord. But I love that idea.
Yeah, 100%. Clown baby, I'm the same way. I play small stakes when I do either DraftKings or FanDuel. I'm not doing those $400, $500 tournaments.
I don't think I've played those in like 7 or 8 years. I'm like UMA, like we talked about at the very beginning of the season. I get the emails that you've got $10 free in FanDuel this year. I've probably got $100 of free money just sitting there. I just don't log in and check because
I told you, me and my buddies did a cool league in FanDuel, like a season-long league. So it didn't cost anything to do it on FanDuel. We just did it like on with money on the side. But you pick 20 players. And there's no limits to what you pick. So what you have to, and then what it does is every week it starts your best quarterback, your 2 best running backs, your 3 best receivers, and your 1 best flex. There's no defense, no kickers, and you don't get to make any moves. You don't put in starters. You know what I mean? It's just your team for the whole year. Mm-hmm. So that's been kind of cool. I've been cleaning up because we play weekly on that, and I've won I think 5 out of the 8 weeks.
Nice.
Then.
That's kind of fun. Something to do with your buddies. Yeah. Just going on unknown, anonymous, and trying to play some of these guys have been playing it now for 20 years. It's like, I don't know, maybe it's not 20 years, maybe it's more like 15 years. It's been around for a little while, but
well, when you're playing DraftKings and that, you're playing against algorithms, you're playing against people that are using that. You know what I mean? It's not just people picking the best. Yeah.
Now there's actual people that have figured out the schemes and understand the pricing and what's the best opportunity for pricing here versus his opportunity to get targets. And it's like, ooh, it's
the algorithms of figuring out, well, if I hook up this tight end with this quarterback, I can save money, and then I can start this running back or this wide receiver. And if you do get the hookup, you win.
Yep.
Yeah, and especially in the multiple, a lot of them have multiple entries. You know what I mean? So the ones that are individual entry, you have a much obviously bigger chance of winning because you don't have the same people using those same programs to run algorithms telling them basically who to pick. You know what I mean? But at that same side, it's brought more people into the fantasy football world because you've brought also like tech people in that look at this, numbers people, not people that even care about the sport. You know what I mean? People that just play the numbers. So anything that improves, makes something bigger that I'm into, I'm all for it. Like fantasy football has just exploded over the last 20 years, and that's how long I've been playing it for. I started playing fantasy football in 1998.
Right. Yep. Same. I was playing fantasy baseball on paper back in junior high.
Me too.
Oh, fantasy baseball is tough. That's dedication.
You had to get the newspaper out and look at the stats from USA Today on the baseball stats every single freaking weekend and add up everything. It was hard, but it was fun.
Yep.
It was, it was the beginning of the roots of all these other fantasy places getting melded and made on different websites. It started it up.
Absolutely.
Speaking of fantasy football, since that's what we're here for, let's move into a little defense. I know Nunya was saying it's not the biggest, hottest thing, but it is important to get yourself a kicker and a defense that are going to get you double-digit points weekly if you want to be a fantasy champion in your league. I believe
good morning,
that
GTA.
Truly. Oh, good morning.
What up, GTA?
I wasn't alive in 1998. You are now, and you got the chance for the info. But yeah, I really believe that you've got to be able to have the ability or own a plus 10-point defense throughout your season to be a fantasy champion. I mean, it's a 10-point auto point you should be getting, and you want it to actually be above 10 points, but you don't want to be below 10 points. You don't want to be losing points
for a lot of people, this is the time of the season when defense starts becoming really important, defense and kickers, because you're streaming them a lot more. A lot of people, myself included, unless there's some kind of major downtrend and there's a great defense available, most of the time, the defense that I draft is usually the defense that I stick with for the first 6-7 weeks till we start getting into buys, and then I start streaming.
Boost ignition and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery
I'm picking defenses weekly at this point.
Yeah.
Try to draft
Super
high,
chat.
high 7th round, high 8th round, maybe. Not that high, but you know what I mean. Later in the rounds, to try to get one that's decent. But if I can't, there's not one there. I'm just picking up the hot one against a bad team usually, or one that's been showing me a good trend of turnovers and whatnot. But my main thing always is finding a defense that is not going to take those auto 10 points away from me or any part of that and then add to it. Turnovers, kick returns, whatever points you can get for defense, I'm big on that. So what we're looking at this week on defenses, it's there's a couple good games out here that do offer some points, and these are standard scoring. So if you're playing in our Yahoo league, you're going to get that 10 points right off the bat, and then it kind of cycles away with your yards and stuff. But in most standard leagues, you're just going to start out with that over and have to add up points. And you can see here Pittsburgh, it's our top projection here against Chicago's that wonderful offense of Chicago.
Yeah. Let's real quick. Gerald Armstrong coming in with that super chat. Asked Jordan Howard from the Eagles or Dearness Johnson from the Browns.
Chubb's back. I mean, Chubb showed he was back last week, so I don't even think Ernesto is going to be a part of that offense for very much until maybe he gets a couple clips until Hunt gets back.
Well, and you got a crowded backfield over there in Philly too, right? You've got with what's his name hurt. You've got Boston Scott back there. You've got who's the other guy? Kenneth Gainwell. Now, I think Jordan Howard is the best running back out of all of them, and we've seen this kind of over in Baltimore. We've seen, when they pull somebody up from the practice squad, the way that he was. What was his stat line last week?
See, and I don't think Howard is the best running back over there in Philly.
No? Who do you think is? Boston Scott? Well, yeah, Sanders is. Sanders is out, though.
Right. Oh, okay. Remaining. I got what you're saying.
Yeah. I definitely think Sanders is. I love some Sanders. I hope he goes to a different team.
Yeah, I'd like to see somebody else get used somewhere else, yeah.
Yeah, 100%.
But Ernest Johnson had one good game on the back of no Chubb, and Chubb's back, and they have to win this game. If Cleveland loses this game, they're basically out of the NFC North race because you got Baltimore still on top of things. You'll have Cincinnati now have beaten every single one of the teams in their division at least once. We'll have stepped on all three of those teams, and they'll have control of the NFC or the AFC North at that point. And
yeah, that's a really tough one. That's a great question. That's really a good because Dearness Johnson, obviously, you've got less mouths to feed. You maybe have a bigger game, but I see
heavy doses of Chubb.
That's all I see, heavy doses of Chubb. And I don't see Ernesto being given the Hunt treatment.
That was going to be my next question.
So when Chubb gets him down to the red zone, they're just going to let Chubb get the touchdown.
Chubb in. Okay.
If he's healthy, which I know he is because he played last time, right? He was running over dudes last week. I don't think they're going to be like, you know what? We got Kareem Hunt here in Ernesto. No, they're not doing that.
I think if anything, they look at it like this is must win. We're going to pound Chubb because we have Hunt still looming in. You know what I mean?
They know Pittsburgh's got the Bears on Monday night at home, so Pittsburgh's picking up another W more than likely tomorrow. The Browns cannot afford to lose this game. They really can't. In the whole scheme of things, whether it's fantasy or just football, the Browns cannot afford to lose this game. And if you're a fantasy owner with Browns players, they lose this game and they get some more injuries to certain things, they may not be bringing some of those players back the rest of the season because there's no reason, you know what I mean? Like, they're already going to kind of be out. It's not that it's early in the season, but I would start looking at stuff like that. What's the one kid, the Ricky Seals, not Ricky Seals Jr., the Peoples-Jones?
Donovan Peoples-Jones, right.
You might see him starting to get a lot of play time instead of other people. You know what I mean? They're going to start looking at their younger options, possibly.
Kid, right.
Yep. Especially now that OBJ's gone. So So we got the Pittsburgh and Chicago game. I think we're all kind of expecting Pittsburgh, TJ Watt, and everybody to just stomp all over that Bears, whatever offense you want to call it.
Rookie quarterback.
Right.
Night game, under the lights, Monday night in Pittsburgh.
I mentioned it earlier. Tomlin was kind of distracted this week and kind of PO'd by the questions of whether or not he was going to go be a college coach. And he was like, no, I got the best job in the world. And then they kept hitting him, and he got kind of PO'd. So I'm kind of like, will Tomlin throw a revenge game and just not pull the flags or pull the, turn the engine off when they're up running? And just, no, go get these guys. Show them I'm an NFL coach. So I'm interested to see the Tomlin side of that game and everything. And he's a defensive guy. So, Indianapolis at New York Jets. Indianapolis has been playing some good ball.
It already happened.
Yep. But it could be interesting to see them going forward with their defense. They've got a pretty good defense with a solid D-backs.
We talked about Indy earlier, man. I like the way they're trending, and I think the Derrick Henry injury just opens that division up for him.
What's that cornerback they stole from Miami? Xavier Howard?
Mm-hmm. Snap.
That's one of the good ones that he's been playing real well for them in the back end and not letting people go deep on Indianapolis last couple of weeks. So they're playing real well.
Morning, Mr. Snap.
Oh, Snap is here, isn't he? Good morning. Sorry, I didn't know.
Wally, thank you for that subscription. Wally says PPR, pick one: McNichols, Javonte Williams, or Khalil Herbert. With Montgomery, there's a chance Montgomery returns. So that being said, I'm going McNichols again on that one. I got to give him this one chance. This is his chance to shine. Let's see what he does.
Well, I will say that I just read on a and I'll be all truthful, I just read that the Titans are going with Adrian Peterson as their lead running back today. That's been announced. That's on Adam Schefter or Rappaport's Twitter just a couple minutes ago, right before I came back in.
Breaking news. That's important.
I mean, they're going to they're calling him the quote lead running back. Does that mean
I don't think
starter?
That still change. Yeah, I don't think that changes.
To me, that's a decoy plan. Like I said, I've been watching it all week. He was not getting touches in practice on Monday or on Tuesday. He was not getting touches on Wednesday. He was not getting touches on Thursday. The guy that was running the game plan in the offense was McNichols. So I'm interested.
Well, and this is what I like with McNichols too. Looking back, he had decent receiving yards pretty much every game. You know what I mean? He had 24, 26, 10 and a touchdown, 74, 26. So he was already involved in that sense.
He knows
I don't know if I don't think we'll see Peterson involved much in the passing game out of it. So yeah, probably from a carry standpoint, he'll probably see the more touches, maybe Peterson. But I'm still liking McNichols, and I agree with you. I think it's a decoy move making that announcement.
Bring him into the game, go deep to A.J. Brown. Bring him into the game, go deep to Ricky Seals Jr. or whatever that guy's name. Yeah.
El Snap, the asterisk is the home team.
What is this? Sorry.
El Snap was just asking what the asterisk was up there. I just told him it's the home team.
Oh, okay. Good deal.
We got a question here from Daffy. I don't know if I missed any. Did we miss Cell Phone Blazer, A.J. Brown, or Waddle?
Man, okay, so Waddle's in a situation with no Devontae Brown today, or Devontae Parker. He becomes a number one wide receiver for Tua. I mean, Waddle's going to play against a tough D, though. Waddle's got, what we say who was on him today, on Waddle. It's Houston's D, right?
It's Houston's D, but the issue is they're going to be able to slide a safety over towards him.
Yeah.
Yes.
But A.J. Brown, we're worried about his health.
Right.
So that's a tough one.
And A.J. Brown's going up against Ramsey.
Right.
Yeah, I think I go Waddle there.
I go Waddle.
Yeah. That's what I was getting at with that. Was A.J. Brown's got a tough defense now. We just found out also that Von Miller is probably not going to be playing in his first game as a Ram. That he is they're leaning towards him not playing and being injured through the bye. basically sitting him through the bye so that he can get 100% healthy is what I'm seeing on Twitter, but he may still be a game time start. If his ankle warms up here, it might get him going. It's a West Coast game. I think it's a late game. So
Grimace in the house. Good morning, Grimace.
Grimace X, how you doing, buddy?
What's up, brother?
Sorry.
I have a Daffy
What?
question.
Okay.
Pick one for flex. Josh Jacobs, Myles Gaskin, or Jalen Waddle.
I go Jacobs there.
I gotta go up and reread that.
Oh, I thought I had my Jacobs on. This is Abram, but
Josh Jacobs, Myles Gaskin, or Jalen.
I go Josh Jacobs coming off a bye.
Coming off a bye, loss of a receiver.
Yep.
Yeah.
Needing an offense stability point. Yeah. And I
There you
believe
go.
he's finally healthy too, right? He hasn't had any issues with his ankle this last week.
No, he should be good to go.
So yeah, I think we're all in agreement on Josh Jacobs. Maybe not the best upside there for the most points of the game, but definitely the most stable position that's going to get the most targets, I would believe, out of those three.
Yeah, for sure.
Because Gaskin and Waddle are stealing from each other.
That's true. Ryan Lasting says PPR, McNichols, or Pollard. I'm going McNichols there.
Yeah, we already
like
see he can catch.
He was already involved in the run in the passing game. And keep in mind that this was a season that we've seen Derrick Henry also getting involved more in the passing game. So this wasn't a situation where Henry wasn't involved at all, and that's the only reason Nichols had a little bit of stats, because Henry was. We've seen him coming along in the passing game. So I still like
They had
McNichols even with
RPOs and
Peterson
screens
here.
designed for Henry this year. Yeah.
Exactly.
Zeke is going to get a lot of that Pollard stuff. I like McNichols as well. I think that's the one. And like you mentioned before, MIA, he was getting his receptions every week. I like that call a lot.
Well, big time clown baby. If Montgomery comes back, that could definitely affect Herbert. No doubt about it.
Yeah.
Hey, Wally, definitely do not be sorry for any more questions. That's what we're here for, buddy.
Oh, yeah. Ask as many as you like, but we got, what, 3.5 hours till the next game?
Myers or McNichols? I'm assuming next Jacoby Myers from New England.
I'm gonna go McNichols on that one too, man. I know I'm putting a lot of eggs in that basket, but this is the play today. This is what everybody's got their eyes on. You know what I mean? Derrick Henry goes down.
Who's the next starting running back of the Tennessee Titans, basically?
Well, you always look at when a big name running back goes down, more so than really any other position. You look at. I look back.
Tight end goes out. You're not really giving a rat's what the next tight end coming in to do. If a wide receiver goes out, it's next man up. He might get one catch.
Yeah,
but a running back,
it's like the old Broncos teams. For 5, they were able to throw anybody back there and they could run for 1,000 yards.
Terrell Davis. Then the next guy,
Olandis Gary, Neil Anderson,
yeah, exactly. Mike Anderson, right. It was just
it was 100%
1,000-yard
based
rusher
on the system. You know what I mean? So I think a lot of people are looking to see. We know Derrick Henry is amazing, but we want to see can just the system give a somewhat quality running back 75% of the production. And like I said, I don't care about that Peterson thing. No way that you hammer the ball all day with Peterson,
No.
And even if you do, I still like McNichols coming out of the backfield, getting some catches. So
I think even if you hammer the ball 40, you hand the ball to him, let's say 20 times to Peterson today, even if that happens, 45 yards.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I just don't see it happening. This guy.
And don't get me wrong,
this guy was able to come in and run 120 yards against the Rams defense, he would be starting on every team in the NFL. He wouldn't be sitting looking at a dancing versus the stars or whatever competition. If he can run 120 yards on an NFL team or average 78 yards, what an average running back gets, he would already be on an NFL roster. But he's not, because he's 42, 45? He's older than me, I believe. I think he's 45 years old, 44 years old, but I don't know. I could be wrong on that one.
GTA almost made me spit my coffee out.
Yeah, me too. I want to buy some coffee. Myself.
Did you say I make put options on OBJ?
I love it.
Oh, Matt's market's worth coming in hot here with the. I wish I had a QB that could play. All I have is Kyler Murray and Derek Carr.
Oh,
Wah, wah, wah.
yeah, good joke.
Okay,
good
Mr.
joke.
Market's worth. Good morning.
Good morning, Matt.
I'll let that one slide because I don't think you got a lot of sleep. So we'll.
Well, my man, I would feel sorry for you every week, but this week,
Right?
I happen to be playing you, Matt. So,
And I happen to have lost to Matt last week by like 3 points, by the worst record I've ever seen. Not you, but that worst catching record I've ever seen for an NFL game. Yeah, but good job. Congratulations.
Hello,
Could
brother.
be worse. You could
Hope you have a
lose
great game.
later in the week.
Yeah, you could lose
Yeah,
like
yeah.
to
Point
Caesar
correct.
on a point correction. Yep.
Yeah.
Shout out Caesar.
I'm still doing some investigating to see if there was foul play, if Caesar contacted somebody, maybe. I don't know.
He
There-
got in
there-
touch with someone at Yahoo. And
there
can you
may-
guys relook
yeah,
at
there-
this?
Yeah, there may have
No
been a
kick
hack
involved.
involved. Yeah, we're gonna. Investigation is still pending. Caesar, I got my eye on you.
GTIR in real life saying after the 3-finger catch on his Giants career went down the toilet. Yep, that's OBJ in a nutshell.
Yeah, those puts have been printing ever since GTA.
It's been bad for him. And I think I read there's rumors he wants to go to a Super Bowl contender. Buddy, you were on a Super Bowl contender this year. You were on the
Yeah.
Browns. They were a hot team. They were supposed to be at least wild card magic, if not the winner of that division. And you didn't show up for them. So where's he going to go? Raiders? Maybe take
No, we don't want him, man.
What locker
We
room will
don't want
tolerate
him.
it?
Right? You go to the
Locker room will
Rams.
tolerate it.
The Rams just dropped Deshaun Jackson. Why would they pick up OBJ if they just dropped Deshaun Jackson? Like, there's
Yeah,
no
I
point.
agree there.
So, I mean, who else?
You want to
the
try and make
Titans?
Aaron Rodgers happy? Maybe get
Titans.
him another wide receiver?
Yeah,
That could be potential there,
maybe.
especially with kind of.
They do have Valdez
Yeah,
Scantling getting activated today, by the way. I saw that. Green Bay does, so they're bringing back a receiver. But yeah, I mean, you could see Green Bay picking up and running with OBJ possibly to try to tighten up their run on the Rams because the Rams look like a super team right now.
Matt, the last I read was an Adam Schefter's tweet this morning at about 8:30 on Kyler Murray that said they are going to test him at game time, but they are going to highly consider the future of the player and the organization. So
Ooh, clown baby. I like that. That's a
doesn't it sound like
possibility.
they're starting?
And
Brown.
Matt, if you got Derek Carr on your roster, potential 2021, 2022 MVP, you might want to play him against this Giants defense. Though tough,
Look
I
at
don't think
Clown
stands a
Baby.
chance.
Look what Clown Baby wrote in the bottom there. OBJ gonna end up with Brady in Tampa with Evans,
Oh, God.
Godwin, AJ
Wow.
Brown, and Gronkowski, and Fournette. That would be disgusting.
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen. That would be.
How would they fit
I
that?
hope not.
How could you fit that without having to drop Nomdicom or
We're playing
one
today,
of the
Matt.
defense?
Yes, we are, brother.
Shaq Barrett or somebody having
Good
to
luck.
get cut. This is too much pricing. You know OBJ's not going for anywhere less than 10 million.
Maybe OBJ will want to go to Detroit so that then when he retires, he can blame Detroit for him not having a good career. You know what I mean? Because he seems like the type of dude that would put himself then into the same category as Calvin Johnson or Barry Sanders.
Yeah, it
and,
all kind of
you know.
fell apart for him after the catch and the boat thing. It hasn't been the same.
Yeah,
Yep.
Proposing to the kicking net.
yeah.
True. That was another one, yeah. It's just been a bad
That's-
situation for him. I mean, it's all his fault, really. There's nothing.
No, it's what happens when you put yourself above team.
Yep.
You know what I mean? People have had success with it. Don't get me wrong. There have been some divas that their teams have been successful, but ultimately 9 out of 10 times, a player that's that selfish is going to hurt the team more than they help the team.
Right.
Got to have the T.O. work ethic to be that kind of a diva. You got to have the Michael Irvin work ethic. It's not just I'm great and I'm not
Yes.
athletic, gifted. You got to give everything for the team and let everybody know and be that guy in the locker room. And they are divas. They're out on an island. They're not team guys as much, but you could tell some of those are true leaders.
Yeah.
Seems like everybody's wanted him to have that chance after he left New York to go and be great somewhere else. And he just can't seem to do it. Like, I don't think anything's going to be great until somebody hands it to him. Like, if he goes and plays for Aaron Rodgers, it'll be great for like the first 3 weeks. But as soon as there's a bad game, he's going to be that guy that's like, well, Aaron threw me 5 bad balls, and it's just going to be like a rip.
No, we won by 30, but Devontae got all the ball.
Right.
We won.
Right, yeah. But on the other hand, if he goes there and plays really hard because he feels like he's finally got a decent quarterback, they could be deadly. But that's barring he's actually healthy and can still catch the ball. I don't think any of us know that to be true yet. So,
Yeah.
A lot of it could be Baker Mayfield throws a terrible ball, but
That's
he
true,
does
too.
not. He doesn't catch it anymore.
GTIRL says, I hope they put OBJ on Duval so he can voice how much he wants to trade the day he has signed. As soon as he signs somewhere new, he's going to be like, I want to be traded. Somebody trade me.
Yep.
All right, so let's move into our favorite category, at least my favorite category, because it has a dancing Tony Gonzalez wannabe Travis Kelce. The old tight ends. By the way, Nunya and MI, awesome work this week on our graphics. Great job on everything. I had my hands in
Getting
that.
there.
It was my team that took care of that this week, and you guys did awesome for the second week in a row. Appreciate that. All right, so we have a recap coming of the tight ends. Our boy, Westside, called this guy's name out, so I'm getting a little stretch in the draft as being garbage. Early in the drafts, early this season, about 9 weeks ago, I really didn't know this name very well until that was called out. I started researching him, and I've been blown away by the way he's played all season. I think even Westside has to admit that this guy has turned into something where he's scoring. And Hawkinson is his name, if you haven't read it on the screen. He's basically Detroit's only passing option for Goff.
Yeah, pretty much.
There's the key word, Goff. There's
Right.
the answer.
True.
Goff needs to throw to a tight end. He needs that.
Right. Because I've tried the Khalif Raymond, and he doesn't get any options. All their other offensive plays are just, it's either Swift or nothing. Hawkinson or Swift.
Dump off to the running back, dump off to the tight end.
Yeah. Sad, but true.
But he's valuable every week now.
Mm-hmm. Because he's the only point-getting target option for Detroit, you can definitely yield this guy for some points. You can yoke that as your strength, actually. Darnold, nice play there. Darnold to Arnold.
Yeah.
But again, that was because of a weak offensive output. And actually, that wasn't even Darnold, was it, last week?
No, it wasn't, but he may start.
Leaning on him more.
I'm staying away from anybody but McCaffrey in
Okay.
that Carolina offense at
Right.
this
Not a fan
point.
of that offense.
I know I quoted the Robbie Anderson quote, or the Robbie Anderson numbers a couple weeks ago, if not last weekend. It makes you sick. Dude had
And even DJ Moore, he started out so hot, and his numbers they're just not producing over there.
yeah, it was just dwindling. And there's really no result or no explanation except for bad quarterbacking.
Bad quarterbacking, and they started out 3-0 with
offense.
McCaffrey.
Right.
With
And
McCaffrey.
That's kind of what happens when I don't think they put much thought into their quarterback play. I think they planned on
They built
just
an
riding the
offense around
McCaffrey wave.
McCaffrey.
And you don't do that in the NFL nowadays. As good as McCaffrey is, like you said, you got to build the offense around the quarterback. And in today's day and age, 100%.
You can use McCaffrey all you want, but you still have to have a quarterback game plan at this point. And a lot of these guys that just
Absolutely.
go like, we're going to get 40 carries or 40 touches out of McCaffrey every week. Well, when he's not there, what are you doing? What do you got?
Mm-hmm.
And now they're just throwing
Losing.
it up. Yep. And that's why you have a receiver like Robbie Anderson who has like now 50 targets or so and only like 20 receptions or 19 receptions. And it's like bad quarterbacking. It can't be all drops. That can't all be drops. That's just literally overthrows, underthrows, and all that stuff. So,
That's a good question there. Boy Dad 12 says flex PPR, Peterson, Bateman, or Myers.
ooh, okay. Now we're getting a little bit farther than McNichols, and we're starting to go who's really dragging the bottom here. I'm almost going Jacoby Myers in this one at this point, but
I think I might be going there too.
I don't trust Bateman, and at least Myers has been a weapon or a target of what's his name over in New England multiple times with Mac over there. So I might go with Myers.
Yeah, I don't trust Bateman. I like Peterson. Myers. I don't trust Peterson. But if I'm looking for a flyer on that, and I'm looking for maybe the potential for a breakout game, I'm probably
lotto ticket. You might throw it at Peterson. Yeah,
I might go at Peterson because
we don't know.
He's still Adrian Peterson. Yeah. And you know what? He's a fresh Adrian Peterson. That may not mean that he's in mid-season form, but he's also not in mid-season form as far as he's not banged up. You know what I mean? It's we're in week 9 now. People are banged up. You got some fresh legs. Even though they're 40-something-year-old legs, they're still fresh.
Hope you drink some pickle juice so you don't cramp up.
I wouldn't be against taking the flyer there.
Yeah, I mean, if you got the open slot and you're going to have to take one of those 3, either way, if you're forced into a decision on one of those 3, what's it hurt to go ahead and throw Adrian Peterson? You can clearly see they want to use him. They've made a statement out to Schefter that they do want to use him, but I mean, yeah, you're taking a gamble. Yep. That's all we can say. It's a gamble. All right, so Freiermuth.
I'm not feeling Jordan Love, Matt's market.
Oh.
Not feeling him. Although I say this all the time, man, these opportunity games, you know what I mean? This is a chance for him to show what he is, whether it's for the future with Green Bay, whether it's for his going to another team somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It's I think he's a mid-tier starter. I think unless you're in a buy situation combined with an Aaron Rodgers situation, would I be starting him? But there's people that I would start him over 100%. I would have him as like the middle of a line, maybe 15th, 16th ranked quarterback this week.
Here's the quick little insider tip here that might be helpful. Kansas City Chiefs signed Melvin Ingram this week and plan to start him at the left end, which pushes Chris Jones back into the middle of the defensive line instead of being a defensive end. If they have Melvin Ingram and they have Frank Clark going with Chris Jones in the middle today, the Chiefs could have a good pass rush and a good run stop ability. We'll have to see how it works out. But if they have either of one of those, Jordan Love is not going to have a good day. I still think that Aaron Jones balls out today, but I don't think Jordan Love has a good day if Chris Jones is having a decent pass rush. So I would stay away from Aaron Love completely. You don't know. It's an unknown commodity. What are you guys thinking?
Not a fan of Jordan Love at all. I've seen him in a couple of preseason games, and he should have been playing against second, third defenses, and I think they're, besides the mess up with Aaron Rodgers, I think they're completely regretting it. I think they will game plan against him, and they'll get in his head. I don't like starting a rookie quarterback.
In 2020, Chiefs had a really good run defense. They stopped runs real well, and one of the reasons was they had Chris Jones in the middle. Then this year they were forced to move him out to an outside edge, and they were trying rookies. Well, they went and signed Melvin Ingram, who they were attempting to sign earlier this season before the season even started, and instead they end up getting him now. But that was to push Chris Jones back into the middle to become run stopping. So we could see a change in Chiefs defense, starting this week. But this is a good test, I guess, to see if they can do something against Aaron Jones. Either way, I think it brings the pass rush back for KC, where they don't have to necessarily rush 6 guys to get a pass rush now. So we'll see what happens. It could be definitely different in KC from going forward. So Jordan Love's not going to like the fact that we're putting Chris Jones back in the middle. I can tell you that. That's a big deal.
Juraj Pada says Pat Freiermuth or Tyler Conklin. Pat Freiermuth versus the Bears or Tyler Conklin versus the Ravens. Let me look at that. I would go with Freiermuth. Pittsburgh, Chicago, going to be a greasy game. Tight ends, I think, will be involved. I don't think either one is going to give you huge upside.
Yeah. Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah,
But
neither of
I'm
them.
way more familiar with Freiermuth, to be completely transparent with you there. And I don't like Cousins, so there's
Conklin's put up good numbers. Looking at his numbers, he's put up good numbers this year.
And he has a heck of a lot of well, everybody in Minnesota has a heck of a lot of targets, but there have been a lot of attempts at Conklin. If you look at his numbers, he's had a lot of attempts.
I'm just looking at that now.
So the Ravens, remember, do not defend against the tight end well.
Exactly.
Good point.
We've been watching this trend
all season. Yep.
Okay. That being said, I'll say Conklin then.
I'm on Tyler Conklin on this one.
Good stuff. Mickey Butter is asking for predictions on Joe Mixon. I think he goes off today. I think it's
that type of game.
Yeah.
I think he gets 100 on the ground, 100 plus on the ground, and I think he scores at least once.
I agree.
It's a statement game. I could see Jamar Chase and Mixon both having great games today. You might even see the triplets break out, and what I mean by that is Uzomah, Chase, and Mixon, all three having a hot game because they mix it up on purpose today because it's such an interdivisional game here. This is a big game for them. Like, I'm the most interested in this game, right? Right, Cincinnati's looking for the bounce back game after getting their butts kicked by a team that they shouldn't have lost to. Now they got to come play Cleveland, who's rebuilding after losing OBJ and having a couple bad losses themselves. And again, they're still the driver's seat of that division, so they do not want to lose this game and give Baltimore or Pittsburgh a way back in. They can stay out ahead of that whole division and be 3 games up, I believe. If I haven't looked recently, but I think they'd have 3 wins already in their division through Week 9 if they win this game today, with 3 games remaining in their division. That's a pretty good place to be for Cincinnati going in halfway through the season.
Newfall Waller is playing. Waller's healthy.
Yep. I don't think there's anybody hurt on the Raiders this week, right? From what I saw, everybody was a go. Jacobs is a go. Yeah, Brian Edwards is a go.
We're locked and loaded.
Renfro is a full health.
We had the same game 2 weeks ago. We had the same conversation. Well, 3 weeks ago.
Right.
We had the same conversation right after Gruden. You know what I mean? This is going to be a defining moment for him to see what the rest of the season has in store. So.
Don't slip.
Yes, sir, Mickey Butters.
Don't slip, Raiders. Just don't slip. You got the Chargers and the Chiefs on your heels.
What other question did I see that we missed?
One more point I did want to make on that Mixon is I wouldn't want to be in any of those position room meetings this week and the coaches are screaming at him, you see what you did? You gave away the season. You lost to the Jets because you were looking ahead to Cleveland.
Yeah.
How you beat Cleveland. Yep. This is a huge game.
Oh, it is. Look at Mickey Butters. Browns-Bengals game of the week. I think it is, and you guys know it. I've been riding the Bengals since before the season even started. I thought they were going to win this division. This is how you win your division. You win in-division games against those teams, and you beat them handily, so they're scared of you the next time you play them. And you've done that with Baltimore and Pittsburgh so far. They do this to Cleveland. They're the clear driver in that division.
Driver's seat.
That's a home playoff game for Cincinnati if they are able to win that division. Home playoff game in the Bengals Stadium. That's huge.
Yeah, and on that same note, Matthew Marketsworth asking thoughts on Dearness Johnson. We kind of touched on that earlier. What do you guys expect from him? Do you expect it to just be the Nick Chubb show?
I think he's relief only. I don't think he gets the Kareem Hunt attention. I think he gets relief action only. Once Chubb is tired, then he comes in. Otherwise, Chubb is in the game.
Heavy doses of Chubb is what I think.
Well, and I don't see them getting a lead. I see it being a tight game. The only way I would see Johnson getting a heavy workload was if they were to even just get a 10-point lead, say, and try to really slow the pace. But like I said, it's we don't think he's going to have the Kareem Hunt treatment. We think he's going to be more of a backup role.
On the devil's advocate side of this, that offense has looked better when OBJ wasn't in the game. They threw the ball better when they didn't have to do their minimal 5 passes to OBJ, who's never going to catch them.
So does that open everything else up?
I was going to say this might take away running play total because I do think they're going to be chasing Cincinnati in the game in points. So Baker Mayfield might throw a lot more, but I still think it's Chubb in there for the majority of the game, no matter if it's a passing game or a running game. I think Chubb gets the majority of everything. No Hunt treatment to Ernesto, but because it's the no OBJ show, I think you're looking at receivers having a better day and Baker maybe having a better day. So I don't know how that translates to Ernesto, because I still don't think Ernesto is getting a touch. Maybe unless he might see 6 touches today. Maybe, I don't know. 1 a quarter, 2 in the late quarters.
Could be. You never know. Or, not that Chubb's injury prone, but somebody that's missed time with an injury. We talked about running backs earlier. It's not like the quarterback coming back, or even wide receivers. Wide receivers can protect themselves a lot more than kind of a running back is. A running back.
Yeah.
They're getting hit. And it's unfortunate to say, but teams are going to target. It's not. I'm not saying everything is a bounty gate type situation.
No, a running back's hip hurt. You're trying to hit his hip.
Yeah. There's always that angle when you're dealing with something. I'm not hoping or saying Chubb's going to get hurt at all.
Right. So we got some projections here going through for the tight ends. Looks like Kelsey is our top projection this week, of course, almost always. Playing Green Bay D, that's not doing that well against tight ends, so it's one I'm a little bit more interested in discussing here. How, and Emma, you can go first on this. How are the Raiders going to produce offense for Waller? Because we know that teams know he is the number 1 passing weapon. How are they going to produce? And I think I threw a couple out earlier that I think, but I'd like to hear yours and Nunez.
Well, I think first off, they got to get the running game going. They got to get Josh Jacobs going. And then whether it could be Edwards, they're going to have to use somebody, and they're going to have to take some shots deep to establish that. Whether it's Zay Jones, whether it's, I don't know. I like Zay Jones, and I think he's capable of stepping in between him and Edwards. Like, Ruggs is a huge loss. Listen, it's a done and over with thing. It's gone. I think they've probably already moved on. It's not the same as when you lose somebody to a season-ending injury. The team kind of reacts differently to this. This is hopefully something that, not to take football completely out of it, but it just, football teams are a family just the same way we are here, and this could affect them the same way that we talked about Gruden. It could divide them, or make something like that, or it could unify the team in a better way, and I think Derek Carr is the leader that's going to make it happen.
Just in a game plan sense, though, Ruggs was the speed, and any team that faced him had to either play an over-the-top safety coverage or play their fastest corner on him at all times. There's nobody on that team that matches that speed now.
No, I mean, Zay Jones is quick, Edwards is quick, and they're both, capable of being just as good wide receivers, but you have to show that that's out there, and you have to try to take it off the top early. And then, again, we talked about Renfro's importance.
Yeah.
It's not going to, that he's got to see 12 targets today. He's got to be all over the field. That's the only way it's going to, because if they're able to just key in and bring a safety down on Waller and not have to worry about us, then we're in trouble. And the Giants defense is no slouch. None yet. I'm sure you could probably say what
we saw them shut Travis Kelce out of the game last week.
Yeah. So what do you think?
Yeah.
What do you think the Giants defense is going to try to do to this Raiders offense today?
Exactly, that's where I was going to go with it.
I think if they don't run to set up the pass, Las Vegas is in a lot of trouble. I think, like you said, they absolutely have to show that downfield pass is there, even if he airs it out and it's just aired out to nowhere. Giants, their defense is the team. So they're really strong up front. Their back end, people don't give them credit for. Bradbury was a Pro Bowler last year. They picked up Adoree Jackson in free agency. They have two amazing safeties. Their defense is really, really strong.
Right.
I'm not high on Waller this week. The Giants' offense might just put him in bad position, and if they need to feed Waller, he is their best offensive play.
I think anywhere inside the 30-yard mark, Waller becomes a stable option. But I think anywhere behind the 30-yard / red zone area or gold zone, whatever teams call it these days, it becomes you have to manufacture him because the teams will just double up on him now. They'll just literally bracket him where you can't get a ball to him over the top or underneath. But
Nufo made a great point. Sorry to interrupt, but that's a great point, Nufo.
What's that?
Sean Jackson would make a lot of sense for the Raiders right now.
Yeah, that was another one that supposedly the Raiders were looking at. He just got cut, and they were possibly looking at that deep option. That's all you need him for is to drag. You need a fast guy that can drag, because that's how you get Waller open, or at least that's where their plan was originally, to get Waller open. We don't have Gruden there anymore.
Like
this
I
guy
said,
could have a different game plan, different stream or scheme. So
we seen, in week 1 in that overtime game, we seen Zay Jones and Bryan Edwards in, at the end of regulation and then in overtime, both be able to. And I'm not saying that they're going to compare to Ruggs or it's a direct replacement, but we got some talent. Going into this season, the coaching staff was higher on Edwards and his work ethic and what he did.
I see the point you're making here, but I'll also be devil's advocate. The only reason those plays worked was because Waller had 18 catches in that week 1 game. And they were already locked in on Waller so much that it was like, who's this little dude? Let him go. We got to worry about Waller having 18 catches, and they just let that guy go. So
I agree.
It kind of works off each other. If you're not already locked onto Waller, can Zay Jones come on and be wide open? Because otherwise, you're putting Jalen Ramsey against Tay Jones now. If Tay Jones walks on the field against the Rams, it's not Ruggs against Ramsey. It's Tay Jones versus Ramsey, or Tay Jones versus Stephon Gilmore. That's a big deal because now you've got other players to lock down, whereas Ruggs was getting the number 1 corner or at least double coverage at all times because of his lightning speed. Just like Tyreek Hill, he had to catch everything behind the line against New York last week because they locked on to him and Travis Kelce. They locked onto him so hard in double coverage, both of them, that it was like beat us with somebody else or let them catch it behind the line.
And the worst part is, Odie, was even you have to admit this, at the beginning of the season, we talked about Ruggs, and it was mainly just he's a speedster. He's not quite anywhere near you. But you have to admit, if you watched him up until his last game, he was making he was going to progress on Tyreek Hill's level.
Maybe.
You know what I mean? He was
year 3 might have been his breakout season. Yeah.
So many shades of similarities. The way that he goes up and catches the ball, the same way that Tyreek Hill does, that you would never expect him to be able to do. Like, you know what I mean? It's a shame.
I don't know if his start and stop game was ever around the Tyreek kind of get and go, like that kind of level, but I do think that his receiving of talent was getting up there where he could be one of these premiers.
Yeah.
It's a shame, man. All around it's a shame. It was a sad situation. But we got to move on when it comes to how we're playing our game. They got to move on how they're strategizing now. And, I was just interested in that, especially when it comes to producing Waller's output for people who own Waller. What are you looking for, and I think we've gone over.
Well, I think the whole game plan changes because I think, like we said, they were headed towards trying to establish that Tyreek Hill, Travis Kelce type dynamic with Ruggs and Waller, and now that's out the window. So we'll see. They got Derek Carr, baby.
They got Renfro to try to kind of do the third level instead of having a 1-2 level. Now they got Renfro that they can maybe go Renfro 5, Waller 10, Edwards 15. And work those levels, and then every once in a while slip somebody out high.
Yeah, and get Jacobs in. I expect to see Kenyon Drake involved a little bit in the passing game today, whether it be out of the backfield or Drake ain't afraid to line up on the outside. So it's I said, my faith is there.
I saw Matt's Market come through asking about thoughts on Trevor Siemian. I'll just get to that real quick. I know we'll probably go over it and buy or sell maybe later on just as a probable thing, but I'm kind of big on Trevor Siemian today. I know that's weird, but I just have a good feeling about him. And Taysom Hill coming in on red zone. I just think the Saints might win this today, honestly. It's kind of an unknown offensive calling scheme here. They don't know what you're going to get, but that's just mine. I don't know if everybody else kind of feels that way at all, but I don't know. I got one of those gut feelings.
I mean, I kind of think that there's going to be a ton of dump-offs, so there will be some Kamara points you get out of Simeon, but I'm not a giant fan, and I kind of think that Taysom Hill coming off of the concussion protocol might rob anything inside the 10 or the 20. So if I had other options, I'm not a Simeon fan, but I do see some upside because I think they're going to have to dump off. Anytime the ball gets in Kamara's hands, you know,
he's a 40-yard touchdown, right?
Possibly, absolutely.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree with that. I just think anything inside the 10, and you know what I mean, it's going to be the Taysom Hill
Yeah,
show.
oh yeah, definitely. You want Trevor Simeon scoring from outside the 30, because if not, it's going to be field goal or Taysom Hill.
But again,
it'll still be Kamara's chance at that touchdown, but it might be Taysom Hill throwing it. That's the bad part. Yeah.
Again, Sean Payton knows how to surprise people, and you know, for everything we're saying here, expect a run heavy game. Hey, listen, you're not on an NFL team, whether you're a backup, whatever you are, if you still can't throw a mean football. You know what I mean? You're still in the top 0.01%, whatever it is, of people that can throw a football. So the guy can still throw a ball. So I think they come out and maybe surprise people, maybe take some shots, maybe open it up because nobody's going to be expecting it. You never, on that sense, I think there's upside, and I think there's upside in the fact that just as soon as you put the ball in Kamara's hands, there's a chance it's a touchdown, no matter where he is on the field.
Matt, that's really funny. I was laughing about it, and I think it's all love, brother. I'm already losing in the season after I had a few people out, so I'm definitely helping everybody and exposing my business. I tell everybody about my.
I'm not. I'm 100% against Matt's market winning this week.
It's all love.
I will tell him fraudulent information. I will do whatever needs to be done. This is not the stock or crypto market, so I'm just kidding.
It's all fair.
Look at that.
Fantasy.
What's up, Tenacious Matt?
Tenacious Mac. Good morning, brother.
Good morning, bro. How we doing today? So getting back here to tight ends, I'm really interested. This is another one of those games that I'm kind of interested in just because of the two offenses that are meeting up here. Minnesota, Baltimore. I'm real interested in how Minnesota does walking into Baltimore and what they produce out there, plus the running backs especially. But Mark Andrews going up against Minnesota's defense hasn't been a really super hot defense. So I'm kind of happy about what Mark Andrews presents here today. What are you guys feeling about Mark Andrews? MIA?
I like him. I think he's still the catalyst on this team. He's coming off a bye week, right? Baltimore was on a bye last week, right? So I think
got a week to prep.
I think it's a no-brainer. I think it's I think pretty much everybody on this list, as sad as it is, it's you're starting them if you got them. You know what I mean? Especially in the tight ends. Tight ends is kind of the most difficult because there's such value. There's such value to them nowadays. It's not the days of just there being, Tony Gonzalez and then everybody else are over. You know what I mean? We see more.
Tony Gonzalez.
Yeah, that's, not saying that Andrews is on the same level as Kelsey or Waller or Pitts is.
But these guys are growing better.
I gotta take this real quick.
Yeah, go right ahead. But they are growing better, like Jasicki, and they're definitely they're changing the way that football is played. They're definitely changing.
And I think if Harbaugh is smart, he'll extend Lamar's career by using Andrews more. He's a great weapon, and he should dump off more often. He's got great hands. He runs precise routes. So hopefully they smarten up.
I just look at today's matchup. You're thinking about Minnesota, who they're playing, what Lamar's game plan is going to be, and I kind of think Mark Andrews is going to be a big part of the game plan because they're not going to want Minnesota going 4 wide. I don't think it. Baltimore's not loving playing against tight ends already, so passing's working against them, and if you can get a tight end going against your defense, usually that's going to open up Justin Jefferson. Thielen.
Everything else. And
so
Matt is on that too. He just said Cousins will have a big game and don't sleep on Tyler Conklin. That's exactly what we're talking about.
That's what I'm worried about is if Cousins opens it up and it goes to 4 wide, then you've got Baltimore's game plan getting thrown out the window. So I think Baltimore's game plan is play tight, running the ball with lots of passes to Mark Andrews over the middle and keep that game clock moving. No outside passes. Try to eat the clock up and win this game in the trenches the way they like to win games in Baltimore versus going into a shootout that goes into overtime versus Minnesota's offense, because that's the only other way I see this game ending is 35-35 late in the fourth quarter, early or overtime. But I think that's a big part of why you would play Andrews today is the game planning of certain teams and how they start to plan for good games that are coming up. You know, we're starting to get to the meat of the season, so it's kind of huge. Kyle Pitts going against New Orleans today. Same kind of situation. We don't really know what's going to happen in New Orleans, but we know Kamara's going to get a lot of ball time, and I would assume Atlanta don't want that to happen, so they're going to probably feed to Pitts a lot and Cordell and just try to keep the live ball running, keep the clock running so that certain weapons on the other team ain't getting that time on it. But that's all ball control. What are you thinking about Kyle Pitts today?
I think they're going to have to feed him. It's going to be Pitts and Cordero Patterson. They don't. Their other running backs have not been able to do anything, and Ridley's out. I don't think Gage can hold Ridley's jock.
No.
Pardon my French, but it's I think it has to be the Pitts show, and even if they're New Orleans is a tough defense, but even if they're behind, there's garbage points. Fantasy, you got to take that into consideration.
Absolutely.
Points in the fourth quarter count just as much as points in the first quarter.
GT, garbage time.
Yeah. Sometimes you lose on that stupid little prevent defense in the fourth quarter. Don't forget about it. They're going to lean on Kyle Pitts.
Yeah, I see Tenacious Matt saying, whichever team can get off the field on third downs will win this one. Yeah, your defense can shut the team down. You can get your offense back on the field and eat that clock up. I think it applies to both games, the Atlanta game and the Baltimore game. Those teams need to get the other team's offense off the field immediately because Kamara can eat you alive, and Justin Jefferson, Thielen, and Dalvin Cook will eat you alive if you leave them on the field. The three of them will definitely eat you alive bad. So this is an intriguing one, our fifth tight end. I do look at this as a great play, a great play. Gesicki against Houston's D with Tua and all the other issues on that offense, with Parker being out and Waddle being basically the number one without being a number one. It's kind of weird how it is, but Gesicki seems to be their end zone guy when they get down in the red zone every time. I'm just like, Gesicki's that's a hot commodity in my book.
Tua seems to have made a connection with him. He leans on him heavily. I think he's going to be, when we get to the pre-draft next year, he's going to be a top 5. Like, you'll see him right there on that tight end list. He's no joke.
Hawkinson and Gesicki
He's
both
heavily used. He runs good routes. His hands are strong.
Yeah, I can see that for sure. Yeah, I'm interested in, like you said, I'll probably draft him next year if I have a choice at him. I'll be like, yeah, because we saw that play a couple weeks ago where he did that jump ball. Looked like he could have took it off the top of the 12-foot basketball off the backboard. And dude, he's got hands, that's for sure. I think he scored 3 weeks in a row or 2 weeks in a row that I can remember.
Yeah, at least 2 out of 3. Hey, Clown Baby, I like Miami today. I do not like the Texans at all. A little bit better chance with Tyrod, but I like Miami. I think they're a better team. I think they have a better coach.
Nufo's asking who he's playing in the Hall of Fame League this week. Let me see. I'm playing Westside in the Hall of Fame League. I'm playing the Hanging Jeffries. So let's see who Nufo's playing.
I'm playing Matt's Market.
You got Matt's. I think he might be playing MIA. No, Robert Harris. Robert Harris is playing MIA. Shattered Kings is playing Nufo, and that is his YouTube name too. Yep. And that league's looking pretty.
See this before, but hello Tom Boom, hello Toxic.
That league's looking pretty tough considering we got a 7-1 team, a 5-3 team on a stat correction, and a whole bunch of 4-4 teams. That league's getting tough. All right, let's see here. Not fantasy advice, but Gesicki might have 3 TDs in this game, Tenacious Matt says. I might agree with you there. Might kind of
Highly possible.
It's very, very possible. All right. Well, I wanted to give a second to see if MIA was going to come back before we started into. So if anybody's got any questions before we got started into wide receivers. So if anybody's got any questions and they want to go ahead and shoot them forward to us, we are here to help. Just want to remind everyone we've got a 100% free. We got to do buy or sell, don't we? I'm jumping ahead of myself here.
Buy or sell.
He's back.
Oh, okay. I thought that was like a pre-recorded voice. Like, we need that. What was that? All right, let me bring you back in here, bro.
Sorry about that, baby mama.
Everything's
aggro.
good, my man.
Yeah. Everything is gravy.
Biscuits and gravy.
Sometimes
or
the X.
gravy?
It's just gravy right now. Sometimes the X doesn't keep up on the Raiders schedule. And,
Gotcha.
You know, sometimes the rooster's got to let the hen know who the whatever. You know how it goes.
Where the house is being the game played at.
Yeah. Yeah, Sundays for
Nicky
football.
needs to be home to make it out to the Raider game.
That's right.
Yeah, ain't no going to the park.
So we all heard, yeah, right. It's Sunday. We all heard that George Kittle is back this week. Buy or sell, Nunya. What are you doing with him on your roster? Like Rasta, not roster. Rasta.
He's a heavy use guy for them, but he's also middle class.
Happy guy. Oh, just a happy guy. Oh, just a look at that. A happy. Oh, the happy dog. Oh, just a happy.
Unless I don't have a tight end at all, odds are he wasn't taken in anywhere before the 5th, 6th round, somewhere like that. A lot of leagues he was taken in the 8th, 9th, 10th round. Potentially. He's healthy. Baby.
What did I just see with a Matt's Market there? Is that one of the new super chats? That's
Yes.
awesome. Thank you, Matt's Market, with that super chat. Appreciate it. So what's that dog doing? It just made the dog happy. All right.
Thanks, Matt's Market.
Appreciate that. I hadn't seen that yet.
I love it because Matt's Market helps come up with them, and then he buys them.
He's the first one to play it.
Look at that doggy. What's that dog doing?
See, you didn't hear the audio for it, did you, Odie?
No, I had not heard it. I did not.
Yeah, okay. You'll hear it on the other side. It's good. It's worth the wait. These guys were, like I said, they were putting in work last night. Matthew Marketsworth, thank you again. Not just for that super chat, but for all your help with everything.
It's awesome.
You the man, Matt. Much love. So yeah, Kittle. I would put Kittle in the exact same category as Adrian Peterson today. If I'm looking for something to make a splash, if I'm looking, Tua ruled out, huh?
Ooh.
Oh.
I
Clown Baby.
might take a fly. Thank you, Clown Baby. That's what I'm talking about, Clown Baby. Bringing it to you here first,
Brissett?
folks. Courtesy of Clown
That's a
Baby.
Jacoby Brissett situation now.
Gonna slow roast that brisket over there. I like it. I'm a brisket fan, man. I'm not gonna lie. He almost came back and torched the Raiders. I think he got a bum rap in Indy. Not so much a bum rap, just a victim of circumstance, I guess you would call it.
Right.
But you know, to always look at the opportunity side, he's got to play for. He's playing for a contract. He knows he's not the future in Miami. So, what do you think, Nunya? How does that change? How does that change Waddle? How does that, Waddle, a big thing that he had going for him?
Phone call.
Yeah, I think it affects. I think it affects Waddle. I think it affects Gesicki a lot. To me, none your business. None your business. Thank you, brother.
None.
Thank you for that. And yeah, I got a guy who wants to thank you. You know it. You the man.
So yeah, I'm
Time for
seeing
Miami to move on from Tua. Yeah.
Brissett will
Robert
start.
Harris.
Like he's the-
Hey, Robert Harris.
Keep
Come
it
on,
going.
Robert Harris.
Oh, and I got Tua in a league. I need to make an adjustment real quick.
Yeah, and I know if you can hear us out there, Caesar, I know you were asking about Tua a lot. So if you can hear us, Caesar, make an adjustment.
Paging Caesar C. Caesar C. Your quarterback is hurt.
There he is. Okay, we hear you, Caesar. Cool.
Oh wow, this is interesting. So, Tom Pelissero is stating that Von Miller wasn't the only Broncos veteran who drew interest before last week's trade deadline. They had inquiries about Teddy Bridgewater from the Saints. So the Saints were trying to snag Teddy Bridgewater as their quarterback. It's interesting.
Wow. Okay, so I'm gonna throw a question at you guys because I need help on this one. So this is a different league that I don't, and I still had Russell Wilson on the bench. Picked up Tua. Tua's been my quarterback the last 2 weeks, but now I didn't want to unload Wilson, so I got him. So now I need to pick somebody up. Right now, my options are Love, Jones, Simeon, Tyrod Taylor, Fields. Whew, man, it's slim pickings. That's really about it.
Say those three again. I'm sorry. I'm trying to read. Tyrod Taylor, Simeon, or who? Fields?
Daniel Jones.
Mac Jones, not even Daniel Jones. So I got Jordan Love, Mac Jones, Simeon, or Tyrod Taylor, or Fields.
So New England's on the road against Carolina's D. I don't like Mac Jones.
Does Tyrod's stock go up with Tua not playing?
I think so.
Does that make it a more, you know what I mean? You know what? I'm a man of my word, and I told enough people didn't Tyrod I trust. Bam bam, Ed drop, Tyrod Taylor. And you know what the worst thing is? This is my big league. This is my $600 league that I pay less attention to than my Bulldog trading leagues. Man. And I'm in second place in this one. That's the great thing about it. So there we go. He is now my starter today. I'm on the Tyrod train. Let's go, baby.
That's FOMO on Tyrod right there. Financial fried rice.
Gerald Armstrong likes that Tyrod. That's what I'm talking about. Gerald Armstrong. Let's go.
Let's get the stock trader special going right now. Going hot. Get your oven mitts ready.
Let's go.
All right, so we got the Zach Ertz getting, I believe, his first start actually in Arizona today. Like, I think they moved him to starting tight end now after that catch. A little bit of time more in the offense. I don't know if I'm necessarily moving or getting rid of him on anything he does today because I want to see how it works out. Maybe a couple more weeks. Plus, I'm more interested in his playoff appearances later in the season when they lean on him more. But I don't know. I'd love to see a great game out of Ertz again today, just to kind of strengthen that trade and show that they needed a tight end more than what they had already. I guess. Where you guys at on Ertz?
I think it all comes down to Kyler Murray. If he doesn't play, throw it out the window.
Okay.
So I mean, I'm definitely a holder of Ertz, but I don't know if this week we can really count.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. It's although I think if he doesn't play, I think that's a good option for Colt McCoy. Would be a Zach Ertz. Now the relationship obviously won't be there, but we don't know how much it's going to be there with the other wide receivers. I just look at Ertz being a safety valve. Yeah. Which I see limits Ertz's maybe ceiling. And takes it from where if you have a Murray where Ertz is more, I put him around like the 4 or 5 for 80. With McCoy, I see him more as the 5-6 for 40 or 50.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Get exactly what you're saying. Yeah. There's a whole nother level there with a different quarterback. Yep.
We got a few questions.
Yeah, as I said, we got a couple quarterback questions here. Caesar's got one that's got like 19 quarterbacks, and I'll tell you.
Caesar can pick any quarterback from the AFC West, North, or the no.
Okay, well
that's a lot of quarterbacks to choose from.
I'm going to tell you right now that personally, I'm rolling with Mayfield and Trevor Siemian in 2 of my leagues because I'm forced to. if I had a choice, and Roethlisberger actually, so I got 3 of those quarterbacks rolling this week for different reasons, but I'm rolling those 3. I would love to maybe get a chance to play Bridgewater today. I am actually kind of liking that look today, but I'm not getting that chance, so I'm rolling with Bridgewater, Mayfield, and Roethlisberger this week. Pat Mahomes in my 4th league, I believe.
I go Carr in that one.
Yeah, we knew you would.
Tannehill, Carr, Jones, Love, Ryan, Mayfield, Bridgewater, Taylor, Roethlisberger. I go Carr there. MVP, baby.
I like Carr, and then Bridgewater. I'm scared of Tannehill. Most weeks I would, but the Henry injury scares me.
Right. What about
me too.
Roethlisberger against the Bears?
I'm done with Roethlisberger. I'm sorry.
Yeah, me too.
I understand that.
Just done with him. So.
I mean, that's a choice, and when you see a player not play well, you're like, you don't want to go back to him because you know he could hurt you more than he could help you. Tenacious Matt says he played Brissett over everybody. Agreed. At least for me.
Harold Armstrong. I keep Herbert now. I keep him next year. I think he's got a great future. I don't know about you guys, but I really like Herbert a lot.
Yeah, I don't get rid of Herbert, and I definitely don't. I don't play Tyrod over Herbert in any situation.
Oh no, okay, all right. We're talking about the quarterback Herbert. All right, yeah, Justin Herbert. I was thinking the running back. Yeah,
that's right. Tenacious Matt. Jacoby Brissett is likely available in most leagues as a stream play. Going against that Texans defense, that's not a terrible play at all.
Yeah, wouldn't be very pricey. You're playing him in weekly or daily. You could get Jacoby Brissett pretty cheap right now. Mitchell Wayne says, I'm coming for you, Grimace. You guys playing in the Pro League there this week? Might have to take a look at those scores and see how it's going. Oh, look at that. Heather E. coming in. Anyone new here this morning, let us know. I have some bonus bull coins as a welcome gift, and you can use those bull coins at any time to play the slots or join in on Heist. You can gamble with those bull coins. If you save them up to 100 or even 1,000, there's all kinds of other games you can come play with us on the fantasy football and other poker nights and everything. So
weekly pick'ems, we do all kinds of fun stuff.
Thank you, Heather, for helping them along with that. Appreciate that so much. Now, is this Mercedes Lewis, I'm assuming? I think I looked over it and I wanted to make sure.
Yes.
Mercedes Lewis from like 2003 Mercedes Lewis. Like
he's still alive.
Jacksonville Jaguars, Mercedes Lewis. So are you bringing him back to life in your roster, MIA, or are you letting him walk if you have him?
I'm keeping him with Tanya's injury. Mercedes Lewis. I swear I had this guy in like one of those fantasy football leagues in 1998 that I was referring to.
Right.
He, a veteran tight ends are always.
Pretty sure he played with Fred Taylor and Keenan McCardle.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. He's but again, he's in the league still doing it now. This week, I don't know how good he is. Going by my theory of a quarterback kind of using a tight end as a safety valve. We could see Jordan Love target him a lot. You never know. I would hold him though.
Practicing together as the second stringer team. Yeah.
Exactly. That's a very great point. So in that sense, I think that puts him kind of valuable this week.
They might have chemistry already built between those two. Now, I know for a fact that dude did play with MJD,
Maurice Jones-Drew, yeah.
And either way, that's a long time ago. So he's been in this
I
league
feel
for
like
a while.
Mark Brunell threw him a few touchdowns. I don't know.
Right? Old lefty. Oh, man. That was a good team back then.
Yeah.
All right, so we're rolling through our tight ends here. And I believe that's going to get us into the wide receivers. Do you guys mind if I go check on them dogs?
Please
do your thing, man.
All right. Let me get us loaded into the wide receivers page. I will. Who let them dogs?
Ben Coates. Ben Coates was the man.
Yeah, he was.
Blast from the past there.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'll be right back with you guys.
just a shame that the Patriots got that garbage tuck rule, and we may never even known who Tom Brady was had that not happened. They may have went right back to Drew Bledsoe and Tony Gonzalez all day. New foe, Tony Gonzalez or Travis Kelce. I think Travis Kelce is a beast, but I don't think I don't know if I'll ever see a tight end that I'll put. Gronk, possibly. I think I still put Tony Gonzalez as the number one of all time. As much as I hate to say it, and I might be biased because he torched the Raiders so much. What would you say there, Nunya?
To me, it's almost like comparing different generations of baseball or football or something. The games, and even though he's close, the games changed a little differently. Either one of them was a great blocker.
True.
Kelsey's just a different player to me. I don't know. I like Kelsey's offense. I tend to go with him.
Okay.
Maybe it's recency bias. Not to change the subject, but I just saw a Field Yates tweet go by that said A.J. Brown did not practice today, did not make it through walkthrough, so he's highly questionable. So if anybody's worried about A.J. Brown, and now somebody said, Caesar says, is A.J. Brown. Field Yates just tweeted that he didn't make it through walkthrough, so highly questionable.
So what does that do for a lot of implications? That changes up the running game there. Do you think that makes Peterson more valuable? Who do you think that really helps there? I mean, obviously that hurts the Titans tremendously.
Because I don't know about Julio Jones was questionable, so you don't know about he's going to play, but you don't know how banged up he is. I think both running backs now I relied on more. I think it's almost game plan out the window. I did not expect to see that coming because I know he didn't play all week, but I guess his hand injury is way worse. You got it, Caesar. You know I'm here.
Oh, so they play tonight. I didn't even realize they played tonight. What you call it?
Makes it so much more difficult. And guys, I'm just trying to check. A lot of times 11:30 we get all this good late breaking stuff. So
yeah, and it's tough when you have it's tough when you have a night game. When you have the Titans playing on Sunday night and people trying to make decisions now. So I haven't seen him ruled out yet, officially out, but it's
Yep, it's on the screen right now. If you look, Field Yates tweeted Titans wide receiver A.J. Brown did not practice today due to a knee injury and is questionable to play against the So,
yeah,
yes, it might not be much more of an update, but if he didn't make it through walkthrough, that's not good.
Yeah, if that's me, I'm not taking a chance unless I have. Oh, James Robinson out too. Oh, Clown Baby coming through. That's another one I gotta change something now.
Carlos Hyde valuable, everybody.
Very valuable.
You can run out and grab Carlos Hyde. Go do it. And yeah, I'm talking to you, Matt's Market. I know you need a replacement to play against me, so there's the love, brother. Who was expected to miss? We knew that. That's the latest updates I got. Did I take Judy or Sammy Watkins? Sammy Watkins is still really highly doubtful, so that's Judy for me. What do you think, MIA?
I go Judy. Yeah. Sorry. I just.
All right, yeah. I'm scouring.
I'm picking up Carlos Hyde.
Trying to make sure who I can. If we get any late breaking, who would I start? I would start Judy if I don't have better options. I would not start Sammy Watkins.
Sammy Watkins has not done anything all season long. Nothing.
He's really banged up. But if there are any other options, and maybe if you want to throw us out 2 or 3, we can help talk you through it, dude. Or I don't know if there's anybody else available in that league, but. Happy to talk you through it.
I don't know.
Yeah. There might be somebody better than Judy out there, but I wouldn't be afraid to start Judy.
Denver's been running 3 wide the whole season. There is a chance he'll get something. He had a decent catch last week, but I think he only had 1 target last week. He got the catch for it, but I think it was literally only 1 target all game last week. I could be wrong on that.
And you're so right. The matchup is horrible, but he's a starter now.
Carlos?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're home against Buffalo. It's a really, really tough.
He's got a history with Urban already, so that's the reason he signed.
By the way, good morning, Jen Matt.
Yeah, no doubt.
Thanks for coming. Good to see you. Yeah, Clown Baby, you're right. He's questionable for 4 seasons. He's just permanently questionable.
I got to ask this question since we have Jen Matt there to see how she does her Sundays. Jen Matt, I know a lot of times you might be traveling on Sundays, but are you a watcher or a listener to football when you're listening to the games? I was just wondering because I used to always listen to football, and I sometimes it's nice to be able to listen to games and picture them in your head, but I also like watching them too. But I know she's constantly, when the games are on, she's there. She's either watching or listening. I'm interested in that. Because if she's doing all this off of listening, that's even more amazing.
Whatever she does.
Does it right. We see you in the Discord.
Who's over in the Discord?
I just mean Jen is typically, when we're watching football, she's over there. Would we start Hyde or Pollard, Mr. Asian, who we're not saying the rest of your name?
Yeah.
Hyde has a tougher matchup, but he is the starting back. So if you're asking my opinion, I'm going with Hyde every time there, and just situationally this week.
Yeah.
What do you guys think?
I like Hyde there too. Do I think he's gonna ball out? No, but I don't think he has anybody. I think he's gonna be the focus there. That's like you said, the workload's everything.
Not gonna lie, I don't like Hyde's matchup, and I do think Denver Dallas turns into a freaking shootout where Pollard gets more usage than Ezekiel. I don't know why I feel that way, but I do. I just see the game plans working out that way. I might go Pollard over Hyde, even though Hyde's the starter. I don't know. That might be the dumb call, but I just kind of see that Denver defense, even without Von Miller, wreaking havoc on Dallas's passing ability, and that way they have to go to these screen passes a lot, which tend to go more to Pollard. Ezekiel hasn't getting his hands on it like Derrick Henry did earlier this season, so I mean, it could be Ezekiel day, but I don't know. Just got that. It just seems like a game plan that's going to work out more for Pollard in that situation, so I'm leaning more towards Pollard there.
Yeah, I could see that. That's understandable. I have to say
Hyde.
Hyde, because I just picked him up and have to start him. So
yeah.
I'm on the.
I think it's one of those
games. Hyde train, the Tyrod Taylor trade. Things have changed.
Hyde could get 20 carries for 40 yards, or Hyde could get 20 carries for 106 yards. It's very possible Hyde could have the better upside there. I just think for my choice here, if I had the two on my roster, I think I'd be willing to gamble that I get a Pollard touchdown a little bit more, maybe. Oh, wow. Thank you for subscribing.
Welcome to the family.
Fantastic.
Care Baron even when he can't. Care Baron even when he can't. Adam, you're one of a kind, buddy. For sure.
At least our old friend, Big Black.
Yep.
Which I say carefully and slowly was a little worded better.
Mm-hmm. The old BBC. That's right.
Yeah.
We miss Runs It Godzilla. Where are you at, buddy? Where are you? Run It's Godzilla. I miss you.
Probably here with a different name.
Yeah.
That might even be our old.
That might be our friend right there. Yep. Calm Baby's like, what a name. That's right. So, All right, I'm back. We got a little bit of time here. We're running into the 11:30 hour on East time. We got about an hour and a half till kickoff of the first game. So let's get through these wide receivers, guys. Get them pulled up. We had a nice little week of wide receivers scoring in week 9. It was not just a one-time show against the Chiefs. A.J. Brown repeated it 2 weeks in a row. Went balling again last week. I know he helped Matt's Market beat me last week with a huge output of points that he got. And, man, he did it 2 weeks in a row. Now he has to do it on a bum foot and no Derrick Henry behind him. Can he do it?
Yeah, and he looks to be more questionable now, so we don't know if he's playing.
Can Tannehill do it without a decent running back? Because in Miami, when Tannehill didn't have a running back, he didn't look so hot.
He's going to get pressured by Aaron Donald, and we're going to have Jalen Ramsey out there.
Right.
It's a different game.
It's a different game. Different game when you don't have that guy that you know can pick up 4 yards every single time you hand him the ball.
But I will remind you guys, what was it last week? The Rams were up 35-0,
right,
and ended up letting them come back and score 22 points late in the game.
Yeah, but that's GT time when the team gives up.
You're right. I'm just saying, as far as fantasy, if Tannehill is going to be effective, if that's your only option, that would be the only thing I would be looking for would be garbage time points.
Oh, okay.
Which there could be a lot of. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, throwing a lot to the other options late in the game, just racking up 314 yards from the third quarter on, because they're playing.
But now they may be underestimating them though. The Rams may be seeing that Derrick Henry's out. Game. They may be keying in on something. So
there's a possible trap game there. We've already seen it happen to the Rams once. That's why they're not undefeated. They walked into a game, thought they had the big swingers, and got leveled. Kind of like we saw Cincinnati happen last week. They walked into that Jets game swinging, and they got bopped. That team. We've
seen the Rams get into that trouble against Detroit too. Detroit went up early on them, got the onside kick. You know what I mean? That's caught them off guard. So it can happen.
The Rams have San Francisco next week, so it could be a look ahead also.
Mm-hmm.
Big divisional game. Yeah. All right, so. We've seen it. We've talked about it multiple times, and we saw it last week, and I think we even called it out in the show prior to, or at least I think I made mention to it. Lee Evans got all the passes the week before. Chris Godwin was going to be the guy this week, and then I think it happened. We saw it from the very beginning of the game. Chris Godwin was the guy that Brady was throwing to, and he was that show again. It seems to work that way, so I'd almost say if you're a Lee Evans guy, fingers crossed, buddy. Fingers crossed. This could be the Lee Evans day. I don't think Brown's back. Did not practice today on November 5th. Oh, that's A.J. Brown. I don't know about Antonio Brown. I think there's an update recently that I put in the Twitter feed, but I don't know if Brown's playing today.
Didn't practice all week.
Yeah. So we'll have to keep an eye out for that, but I think it's a Lee Evans week coming up there. They're in a bye, aren't they, the Bucs? Yeah,
they're on a bye.
Right, so it's next time they come back. Right. Sorry, we haven't even gone over byes this week. That is Detroit, Seahawks, Bucs, and the Washington football team. If you're on a fantasy, make sure you're checking your roster and you have players out of those positions, or you've moved them before the game start in an hour and a half. Just a quick reminder. All right.
Pay special attention to your kickers and defenses, because we all kind of take them for granted, and it's looking up at 105 and have a kicker on bye week or something. Just take a look; it's worth it.
Adam E coming in. LOL. We are in Ron D's back seat in the pro league. He is up like 500 points on the rest of their league. Ron D is literally. He's got like from the points he scored against the points against him. It's literally a 500 point difference. It's that
nice.
Much. Yeah,
I haven't even checked. Teams get it, Ron D. That's awesome.
Ron D's smoking dudes in the playoffs in the pro league. The ladies and the guys, actually. Because there's some good female teams, and Ron D's just rolling over them too. It's just like
that's what happens when you're born on April Fool's Day, man. That's what happens.
All right. And then Deebo Samuel. Was that the rain game? Am I remembering that right?
That was a messy, yucky rain game. It sure was.
25 fumbles. I know we called that here on the show that was going to be the fumble game, and it turned out to be exactly that.
Yeah.
I believe that there was upwards of actual double-digit fumbles in that game. I never saw a final report.
There had to be. There had to be.
Like 16 to 18, maybe it was like that. It was amazing. Good game. But Deebo Samuel, main part of that offense. Garoppolo ran 2 in or threw 2? He ran 2 in.
He ran 2 in.
Yeah.
So he couldn't get it done in the air, but he did it with his legs. Good
If
job.
I'm a Deebo holder there, I'm loving that, though, the way that they were able to still get the ball in his hands in those conditions and find ways to put the ball in his hands.
Make it useful and gain yardage.
Yeah.
Yeah. That means they're going to lean on him, that they trust him, and that he's going to be their number one option when you're doing that. Even when Kittle returns, which is apparently today. So let's move into our projections on wide receivers in week 9.
Gen Matt coming through Hyde or McNichols? That's a good question. I'm going McNichols there, Gen Matt, for the simple fact that I think he's going to be more effective in the passing game. What do you guys think?
It looks like A.J. Brown is probably not playing now, so he's going to be more involved. And the Hyde matchup is awful. So I agree. I go with McNichols.
I'm going to say basically the exact same thing. I'll be front and honest. I did not believe Adrian Peterson would even play in this game, let alone really start to be called the lead running back. But I am still leaning on the McNichols because I do know he got a bunch of the handoffs in practice, and I think that it could all be a decoy, and the Hyde matchup is horrible, so I'm rolling with McNichols as well. All right. Cooper Kupp, top of our projections list. Tennessee at the Rams. He's at home. He's unstoppable. He's got like 2 touchdowns every week for like the last 114 weeks.
I don't see it slowing down today.
Yeah, it's like Paul
I
Bunyan.
think this is what Matthew Stafford's wanted his whole career. You know what I mean?
He had a Danny Amendola, but he didn't have the rest of it.
Exactly.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Hold on for 1 second, guys. I think before we get started here on week 9 projections, I came back. I didn't give my other host here a chance to take a break. Do you guys need to go
you're good.
Let the dogs out or anything? Nunya, would you?
Yeah, can I just take a quick 5 and I'll be back? Probably more like 2.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry about that. That was my bad, 100%.
No, you're good. What I'm going to do in a minute, Odie, is just transfer to just audio because I got to pack some stuff up at Nikki's and stuff in a little while. But I could still keep talking while we do it.
All right.
Is Christian Kirk a good play with D-Hop and A.J. Green out? Are both of them out? Jesus, are they just are they even fielding a team in Arizona today?
I mean, if A.J. Green's out after having he wasn't a decently good week last week, but they have Ertz and they still have Hop. I would say Kirk is their next option when you're counting down that list. I mean, you do have Chase Edmonds, who they've been spreading out into a 4-wide. So I might have to pull the roster up on that one and take a look.
That bodes well for Kirk if he. I mean, you also got Rondale Moore over there. Man, they got some weapons. AJ Green, I don't see really as too much of a factor. Did not eat breakfast yet. Oh,
okay, you're right. He's got.
Okay, that's what he's
Thank
got.
you, Gerald. Appreciate that. So that's time.
Good morning, Mr. Rafalameo.
He's looking up on our health. The doctor is asking if we had breakfast.
He
I'll
is.
let you know that before I came on the stream and we had technical difficulties, I had a wonderful bowl of Apple Jacks. Like a good Saturday morning person would, but it's actually Sunday, so whatever. Same deal.
I put sugar in my coffee, so.
That's breakfast. And I'm actually enjoying this lovely peach Red Bull. Anyone would like to sponsor us from Red Bull and let you know that since we're a 24-hour crypto channel, we drink a lot of energy drinks here. So enjoy. And also, Red Bull, if you're out there, hit us up on YouTube. Bulldog Trading. But yeah, what's Andre offering for breakfast this morning? What we got? Pork sausage? Oh, Jen Mac coming in with that Julio Jones, Van Jefferson. I don't know the status of Julio Jones. I've got him on 2 of my teams. I saw him as questionable all week long, and I still not have seen whether or not
he's
he
been
is a
questionable all year long.
Basically. And he's played some games and not played some games. It's in a dome. I would want Julio Jones in a dome, so I hope he's playing. I definitely hope he's playing.
I'm looking for an update on it.
I haven't seen anything, and I've been kind of eyeballing it on Ian Rappaport and Schefter.
Van Jefferson, I think he plays into why Deshaun Jackson got released. Though I like Van Jefferson over there. He's kind of that third wheel behind Woods and Cooper Kupp.
Well, and Deshaun wanted more receptions. They made that very clear in the articles I read. Deshaun wanted more targets, and they weren't willing to give him more because that messes up the way they cycle their offense, which I completely understand. It's not an I team over there; it's a team. Let's see here. No Wheaties? No Wheaties this morning. They are good, but I didn't do my Wheaties. Jim Ass says I drink my breakfast too. Yep, I had my coffee this morning and my Rebel, but I also ate my bowl of Apple Jacks. I needed something. It was early. Who's healthy this week? Who's Jim Matt talking about for health?
Julio.
Okay. Well, then Julio in the dome.
He's a full go.
And you already know AJ Brown's kind of tweaked up. So if Julio's a full go and AJ Brown's tweaked up, I'm gonna rely on Julio in the dome. But then again, you still got Jalen Ramsey, who can be on either one of those receivers at any time. It's still a tight matchup. It's still Tannehill.
I agree.
Which kind of points you back towards, what was the question, Van Jefferson, right?
Yeah, I'm still, I think, going Julio there.
Okay.
I just put him in my lineup.
Smart move.
Who am I playing here?
Julio.
Oh, I'm calling Coach Bob's Panthers. Okay.
Right.
And he's got Derek Carr.
Harris.
How dare he come against me with Derek Carr?
What about Amari Cooper? Has anybody seen a status update on Amari Cooper? I'm trying to find that right now. Amari Cooper is no longer questionable and is healthy. Yep. Agreed.
I'm back.
All right. I'm going to get you back in here, Nanya.
Yeah, so D-Hop's another one. He's highly questionable. I mean, I think that definitely bodes very well for Christian Kirk. But then you have the other who is going to be throwing the ball. You know what I mean?
Jamar.
We haven't got anything official on Murray yet, right?
Nope.
No. Finally, with that, more booms. Thank you, Harley Knight.
So let's send. You know what? I like doing this. Let's send another question out to the fan base, and we'll let a fan base pick a play here. I've got Bryan Edwards or Amari Cooper. Bryan Edwards is going to be taking over more than likely for Ruggs in that starty wide receiver position. But I've also got Amari Cooper against Denver, probably lining up against Surtain. If not, CeeDee Lamb's going up against Surtain, and Amari Cooper might have the weaker side. Who am I playing here? Bryan Edwards or Amari Cooper? I'll go to Nunya first.
I think the Dallas-Denver game has more potential to be a 60-point total game. So I like Cooper. I think the Las Vegas Giants game has more of a chance to be in the 30s or 40s total. So I go with the chance for what I think is more offense. So I like Cooper.
MIA, before I go out to the chat here, what are you thinking?
I'm in the same boat there. As much as high as I am on Bryan Edwards, we got to see how his role changes before, you know what I mean? I'm starting him in a deeper league, but if I got Amari Cooper there, I'm starting Amari Cooper.
I think everybody in the chat agrees with your guys' call, and I think it's the same call for everybody. We got a lot of Cooper coming through there, yep. Oh, I like this Caesar question coming in.
Check back with us in 2 weeks, though, and that answer may be different.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, we might see something build from this.
Yeah,
week
I
on.
think, and it's, again, I hate to keep harping on opportunity, but it's the same type thing. Edwards has a shot. The way that he got it, I'm sure he would rather not be fighting for that number one receiver spot there, but he's there. So he worked hard in the offseason. He was kind of the odd man out with Ruggs taking the show with Waller. But everything I read, everything I seen all offseason was that he was putting in the work. So it's like,
yeah,
it's not quite next man up because he can't be Ruggs. That's not to say he's not as good or he's just not that type of player. But at the same time, it kind of is next man up because it's still the number one receiver there. You know what I mean? Regardless of what the role is.
Absolutely.
So I love it. I think he's going to step up, but I don't think it's going to be an immediate return. I don't see him coming out today and 10 catches for 150 yards. I don't see that. And so that's why I would go. Cooper always has that potential.
Okay.
You
the same way, Nanya?
Yeah, I'm completely that way.
Yeah. I'm up that same creek, yeah. Caesar
I think sorry, I was just going to say, I think, speaking of that, in 2 weeks, we may be saying how Waller's game is opened up, how other things have all happened just because of that. But we just can't tell yet.
Before I get into Caesar's question here, get in that heist, guys. Exclamation point heist 1 through 100, and you can double your bull coins, or you can double your bull coins that you are earning here in the chat just for being a fan or a member of the channel here. Appreciate it. Caesar's asking Julio Jones and DJ Moore. Who you taking? We've seen a downfall to DJ Moore, and who knows what you're going to get out of Julio Jones. So that's like here's 2 balls. Catch which one you think's going to work out. Like there's a perfect sounder for what we're doing with that question, Caesar.
Gave us a couple of turds, Caesar.
Just flush them both.
I think DJ Moore probably has more upside.
Yeah. All honestly, I have Julio Jones on a few different teams. I haven't been playing him, or he hurt me last week actually in the Pro League against Adam E in the Pro League last week because he ended up not starting and he was questionable. All of a sudden they didn't start him and I didn't get a chance to change the roster. That's my cry point for the week. But yeah, Julio Jones has hurt me multiple times this season already, just to put it out there.
Yeah,
I think we all believe Josh Jacobs' stock goes up from that, Gen Matt.
Mm-hmm.
Probably knows best of all of us, but
yeah, I think his stock goes up, but at the same time, depending on how we see, I think it depends on how we see them, the rest of the game unfold. Because if we don't have that threat and they're able to crowd the line a little bit more, they may be able to use that against us as far as losing Ruggs, losing that extra, but I think it becomes. I think the with Ruggs, we didn't necessarily try as hard to establish the run early in the game. You know what I mean? I think the passing game was the number one thing. Jacobs was kind of an afterthought. Sure. That's the way we've been playing. I think it flips now where we have to establish that run game, but at the same time take some shots deep. But yeah, I absolutely love Jacobs today if he can get going.
Yeah. It'll be the spark. I mean, they're going to have to find a spark somewhere in that offense. Jacobs can be the guy that at least, okay, we pulled 2 of them linebackers closer. Now maybe we got to pull a safety closer. Boom. Edwards is open. Boom. Waller's open. Now we can start picking apart, and it starts opening things up. And then you're afraid of the run the rest of the game either way. So I think it's huge. Either him or Kenyon Drake establish something on the ground early on so that quarterback Carr doesn't feel like he has to be throwing 30-yard passes every single third down to get themselves out of trouble.
100% agree.
Let's see here. So we were about to get started into wide receivers and the weekly projections, and we were talking about, to start with, Mr. One Cooper Kupp. He's going nuts. He's been going nuts. I think he's been averaging 2 touchdowns again for like the last 214 weeks. He catches like 65 balls from Matthew Stafford. Beyond all that,
he's a gym rat, man.
It is ridiculous.
Plug.
I can't imagine. I don't think anybody imagined he'd be the number 1 receiving catcher and touchdown leader, I think, right now too. I haven't checked it, but I believe he is the leader in touchdowns. Yeah, it's ridiculous. And he's not somebody that anybody was like going after for like free agency or anything. It's just a piece that's turned into more than just a piece. It's turned into a pure weapon.
Who runs great routes, who the quarterback can trust, who has good hands.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a gym rat.
Gym rat.
Well, I just remember when there was Calvin Johnson, and they had there was another rookie receiver on the other side, and they had Amendola underneath, and they had a decent running back. The offense did move there for a couple years in Detroit, where they had a couple different like underneath receivers with Amendola, and it worked. So he's been in that situation where he uses that third wheel receiver as the offensive mover. But here, Cooper's been able to then catch that 10 to 5 yard route and turn it upfield on yak yards and just go nuts with them and get touchdowns. So it's
and Stafford's playing with the defense behind him. You know what I mean? When has he ever had that? You know?
Yeah.
He's been forced into situation. I would say 70% of Stafford's career were forced situations because he was playing from behind or because whatever.
If you're getting yak yards out of Cooper Kupp on every catch that he makes, why do you need Deshaun Jackson? You don't need the long ball because you're already getting the long ball from Cooper Kupp on 10-yard passes that get turned into the long ball.
And Van Jefferson can take the top off a little bit. Robert Woods still can take the top off.
Yeah. Everybody knows what you're doing when Deshaun Jackson walks on the field or what he might be used for. Right now,
and we called that in the preseason exactly almost his stat lines that he would have one game where he got like 2 catches for 115 yards with a 60-yard touchdown, whatever. And sure enough, it was it.
That's what happened.
You know,
yep.
He's a poor man's Steve Smith, in my opinion.
With Van Jefferson and Cooper on the field, they don't know what's going to happen. As soon as you pull Van Jefferson off and you bring Deshaun Jackson on the field, they know the route. Deshaun Jackson's running a 9. That's what he's running, and they know it. So it's like he's either going to catch the ball or he's just dragging somebody. So we've got a plan. We got a defense plan. When you
Deshaun isn't 2013 Deshaun, where he commands that respect. That sure he can still take still take the ball deep, but you don't need to be as on top of him. Yep. And I think they've seen that. And then with bringing Von Miller over, I'm sure.
Oh yeah.
Part of getting rid of him had something to do with money. It's funny that we cover finances the other 20 hours in every other day. But when it gets to NFL finances, I don't even try to look at contract. No. You know what I mean? The way that they do things.
I'm not worried. I get it. The Broncos need to clear some space because they know they got to make some moves on quarterbacks coming up here pretty soon. They know they got to figure out an offense to keep up in the AFC West. So the Broncos have to start letting some of their premier defensive players go. Also, they want to keep Surtain. They're going to sign him on a big old contract. They got some players that got to let go, but Von Miller's been on the rack for a while waiting to go, or they were going to have to restructure. He didn't want to restructure in that team now because he would be the lone defender on a pitiful defense, basically, if they did restructure. So let him go.
And, I look at guys like that, like he wants to go to a winning team at this point in his career.
He played 2 contracts with them, so he did his job.
Yeah.
We always want.
And he's somebody.
There's a reason Von Miller wears 58, and that's because Derek Thomas was his favorite player. So it was always like, hey, Chiefs, go get him. He can play. He can come here as Chiefs, but he never wanted to cross that line after he played.
Well, and he's something special the way that me and you talk about him. You know what I mean? Being a Raider fan and a Chiefs fan. The way that we can talk about that guy, like I hate playing against him, but I respect the 816 out of him. You know what I mean?
Well, being a guy that watched Derek Thomas play live for many years, I can tell you one of the next closest things for the last couple years in the NFL has been Von Miller. He was one of the best pass rushers on the outside edge you could have.
Man, I straight cried when that dude died.
Oh,
Derek Thomas. Yeah. Not even as a Chiefs fan, just as a football fan and as a human. Like, that was horrible.
It was sad. It was real sad. I remember it. The NFC Championship game was the Rams versus, I can't remember, it was the Rams versus Falcons, 1999. The highway was close to my house that he got into a car accident on. I know this is really off topic, but he got into a car accident on the way on a snowy day to go watch the Rams play their NFC Championship game. The wreck paralyzed him. He was flown down to Florida for hospital reasons, better situations down there, and then like a month and a half later, an embolism or something stopped his heart and his brain, and that was it. That was very sad. One of the greatest players in their prime, holds the record for the most sacks ever in a single game. Holds some of the
and
just
to tell you, the year that he got that was the very first year that we did fantasy football. That me and my friends did, because we did
really?
individual defensive players, and my buddy had Derek Thomas, and that pretty much won the whole league for him. Like nobody thought, you know what I mean? We didn't put into it. We didn't know what point systems were back then, and we did like, 10 points for a sack, cool. You know what I mean? It's like, oh my God, what do you have, 7 or 8?
7. All
6 in
against
one game,
Dave
right?
Craig. 7, one game against Dave Craig.
Was that
Craig
opening
became-
day?
Might have been. I think it was at Seattle. I know that for sure.
I feel like it was opening day. I could be wrong. My memory's a little shoddy, but yeah.
He also got 6, I believe, 3 other times or 2 other times in a game. One against
Him, I guess Aaron Donald, it just makes everybody look ridiculous now because his physicalness, like he's a monster. Not that those guys weren't, but they played with a different kind of finesse. Guys like Reggie White, right. It was
Neil
just
Smith.
a different. Like Derek Thomas was a straight monster,
Julius
undefendable.
Peppers.
He was a cleaned up. He was everything that Lawrence Taylor was, but with his head on a little
Derek
bit better.
Thomas
You know what I
was
mean?
just fast off the snap, and he got low in that 90-degree corner that he turned. He would turn that 90-degree corner real low and get that arm underneath it, and by the next step, he's already bringing his outside arm over the quarterback's arm and just take that ball away every time, and it was perfectly timed. A lot of times you see John Elway in a video of John Elway, and his right throwing arm's already here, getting ready to throw, and then you just see Derek Thomas' arm come in from nowhere, like, nope, perfectly, 3 seconds. You know what I mean? From line to the ball, under 3 seconds. It was amazing how fast he used to get there.
That's what Yannick Ngakoue. That's who he idolizes. I've seen many interviews. He said he's studied hundreds and hundreds of hours of Derek Thomas.
Derek Thomas could never do no spin move. He just
everything that you just said. It's all about speed and leverage.
Yep. He beat people around that edge, and he turned that corner so tight that linemen's feet don't move that well, and he'd go right by him. Like, he just turned that corner. Man, he was so good at getting low and turning that corner. I saw Jen Matt or somebody with a question.
We got a couple questions.
Mm-hmm. Let me see. It was another Ernest Johnson.
Carlos Hyde or the Ernest Johnson.
Jen Matt, I'm going Hyde. I'll just answer real quick. Hyde over Ernest.
Yeah, I go Hyde.
There's no reason to start Johnson in any league with Chubb back. No reason to be starting Ernest anywhere. Maybe as a third flex in a crazy league or a third running back in a crazy league, but no reason to start Ernest at all right now. Chubb is back.
Chubb is back. I agree.
Sorry. Two of my opponent has Murray. He beat me to car. Okay. Is that the one you guys just answered?
No, but that was the next one on here. So.
Caesars. Okay, so let me read the question here. Okay, I have Tua. My opponent has Murray. He beat me to Carr. Who do I pick up? Brissett, Jones, or Taylor? Which Jones?
I
guess it don't really matter.
Is that Mac Jones or Daniel Jones?
See, I think if we get if it's Daniel Jones, I don't go with that. I don't go with either of the Jones. I think if we get beat, I think it's going to be on the ground today, and I would be looking at Booker.
Oh.
As much as I hate to say it, we're our run defense is where we get in trouble. Yeah.
Okay.
I kind of like Tyrod Taylor out of those right there, Caesar.
Also available: Tannehill, Ryan, Bridgewater, Simeon, or Big Ben. If you can't take out of the first ones you listed, I think I'm probably going Bridgewater or Big Ben. I don't trust Tannehill. Matt Ryan might be one of those weird options you go with today, but New Orleans defense, isn't that who they're playing? Atlanta versus New Orleans? Yeah, maybe not Matt Ryan.
I don't like that one bit.
Nope. Fitz is a nice weapon, but yeah, I don't think I want to put anybody on Gage or anybody throwing. Yeah, Daniel Jones, Caesar. You know me.
Like Tannehill, but I don't like him
Give
this
me
week.
Danny Dimes. If it's that Jones, I'll take Danny Dimes for sure. Jen Matt, you're right, but I honestly, and I think we all agreed with that comment here, that they're not going to give Dearness the Kareem Hunt option. I think they're going to stick with Chubb today in this situation. If they get to red zone, Chubb stays in over Dearness.
Huge divisional game.
Yeah, I don't
this is the only thing that I put for that though is look what what's his name did to their defense last week.
True. On
the ground and through the air.
Well, Ernest had a great game. I'm not gonna lie, he had a great game when he.
I'm just saying
Michael
so even if he doesn't see a heavy workload, let's say he sees whereas with Chubb and Hunt, it's basically a 50-50. You know what I mean? It's a drive for Chubb, a drive for Hunt. We may see a 2-to-1 split here. I think he still does have some upside, 100%. I don't think he's going to get the Kareem Hunt because you got to understand Kareem Hunt. It's not a game plan thing. It's you have two-star running backs. Right. It's not we just use our backup.
Dearness today is going to be a Gatorade guy. He's going to be the water guy. When Chubb needs time to breathe, they're going to bring Dearness in. He might get a couple carries. Whereas Carlos Hyde is the starting running back. You know what I mean? Like in that sense, I'm picking starter over backup every time.
I agree with that sentiment 100%. Bills defense only allowing I think 86 or 88 yards per game on the ground, right around there.
Yep.
Some of those stats are skewed because they had a few blowouts where they got up big early and teams abandoned the run. So you always got to kind of look at that.
Yeah. But yeah, when it comes to just looking at where those players are at on their rosters, Hyde as a starter.
So let me throw this at you too. Let's look at the team situation. Okay. Cleveland is in a must-win in the midst of things. Now Jacksonville's in a complete different situation. True. So do we see them go to a running back that's not even on our radar right now? Okay, Carlos Hyde's going to be the starter, but a team like that, aren't they always looking to the future? They're not looking really to win now. So I think we'll see Hyde, and I couldn't even tell you who the other backups are. But I would expect to see them involved almost just as much.
Just all carries. He can't handle all 40 carries or touches in a running back feature back position. He can't do it. He would have done it.
Right. Whereas if this was like the Chiefs or like a team that was in it that had to start Carlos Hyde on the fly, they would pound him.
Yeah. Right.
I just see it with this. It's a team that's in a different situation. They're not in a win-now situation.
I don't think Hyde's getting all 40 carries, but I also don't think Ernest is going to get more than 10 touches all game. Honestly, I don't think. You got Chubb back. You're waiting for Kareem Hunt to get back. You still need to win this game.
Yeah, I think it's 100% toss-up. I think it's if Chubb can really get things going and get that running game going, we might see Ernest just benefit off that and really have opportunities just because Chubb's wore them down and got the running game going. And obviously it depends on how Mayfield, what he's able
to do and stretch the field out or not, because that could bring
don't forget, guys, that Cleveland used their second number one pick this year on Travis Etienne. So a number one running back who got hurt, he's their future.
Yeah.
I don't know how concerned they are about starting somebody else to see what they have down the road. They need Etienne. Who's the number one pick. He's for real.
Okay.
So, I don't know how, and who knows with Urban. He's a jerk.
Yeah.
I agree.
Hyde's a starter in my eyes.
Yeah. I mean, he's a starter. I would be starting him. Just if I had that option.
I am starting him. If you would have told me at the beginning of the season that I'd be starting him in week 9, I would have told you you're full of 816.
I actually drafted him in a couple of
weeks. And if I would have told you that I was starting him and Tyrod Taylor in the same week, I would have told you you're absolutely smoking something.
Right.
You were
here we are.
Yeah, I mean, I believe what you're saying is true. It's kind of... All right, guys, I made the move. I put Amari Cooper in for Bryan Edwards, by the way. Just letting you all know that. I went with the...
think.
That's the chat there. That's the chat pick. We'll see how it turns out. Okay.
I think it's a safer play. I think having Edwards is a great move, though, right now.
I wouldn't
To
drop
see...
him.
I think we'll see when we have this conversation next week. We should have a clearer image of what his role is going to be moving forward.
Right. So I'm going to check on something real quick before we start this discussion back into wide receivers.
I'm starting to get pumped up, guys. Sorry. Usually you get to calm down me around this time because usually the Raiders don't play till 4 or whatever. But being that this game starts in 52 minutes, that's why I'm moving around, not on camera anymore. I can't sit still once this happens, man. I'm like a kid in a candy store.
Stuff, man. That's what Sundays are about.
Absolutely.
Trying to find out, is Devontae Adams playing today? Did he get cleared?
Yes.
Caesar C, I am starting Tyrod.
I heard last night that Adams was cleared. I can't find it, but I did hear it on a one of those updates on one of the sports radio stations. So let me see if I can find anything else. I heard he was cleared.
And then to that fact, what does his value do this week with Jordan Love? Do we see him stepping up and being that target, or do we see that the timing and the relationship he has with Aaron Rodgers is what separates them?
I don't. That's a hard one to call. I mean, it really depends on what kind of chemistry the two might have or don't have.
PackersNews.com. Packers receiver Devontae Adams set to return. No word yet on David Bakhtiari. So they may have issue on the offensive line, but Adams is cleared to start.
So he will have Aaron Jones, Jordan Love, Randall Cobb, and Valdez Scantling on his plate today. Okay.
Hey, I hope Jordan Love comes out and tears it up.
You shut your mouth when you're talking to me, sir. No. We don't need that.
I want to see it.
We
do.
We need Arrowhead love. Matter of fact, I think I'm gonna go outside probably at noon and watch 2 or 3 of the B2s.
You're not at this game. I was actually pulling for you last week, and it got a little bit ugly there, Odie. You got to admit.
Oh yeah, it wasn't pretty. It was not pretty.
First and only time that I will ever.
It's all right.
I'm
pulling for the Raiders this week. This is maybe the one time I'm gonna pull for the Raiders this season.
Nice.
You know, I don't like seeing bad football.
I bet and rooted against the Raiders one time in my life.
Oh wow, that's painful.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
One time it was right after Brett Favre's dad died, and he came back on that Monday night game and played, and he had some angel. He was just throwing up. He was just dropping back, throwing up balls to nobody, and these guys were making these. And it was like 10 minutes into the game, I'm like, I don't even care. I want to see this dude break a record.
4 touchdowns in the first half. I remember that game.
You know me, dude. I'm a Care Bear when it comes down to
Everybody was crying watching that game.
Oh, yeah.
That was the Care Bear game of all Care Bear games. We got anything going on in the chat, or should we roll into these wide receiver projections and buy, sell? We got to get through our QB.
We're caught up, other than congratulating S. Charles S. Calvin Hive Reporter for buying some Cardano on sale.
Yes.
So
good job.
We talked about the
and let me thank Edward Durbin real quick, because Edward Durbin, since he's came to this community, I just see you in the chat representing all the time, Edward, throwing that love out. Much appreciated, my man.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
You are joining the likes of Heather E and Robin whatever of the welcome wagon, man, and we love it and we appreciate it. So I just wanted to say that real quick.
It sounds so rude when you're like,
Robin,
time, whatever.
I know.
You know, this person's great. I think her name is Robin, whatever. It doesn't matter. Sorry, okay, I know it's her name, but it just sounds.
Herself that.
I know. Yep. It just sounds so weird sometimes.
You guys are great, though, man. It's we really appreciate everything. You have no idea.
We do, 100%. All them green hearts for them, guys. Appreciate that. All right, so getting to these wide receivers here, and Edward Dermott. Yes, I want to say the same thing. Appreciate that. Thank you for them green hearts. The wide receiver situation in Green Bay, we just found out that Devontae Adams is going to play with Jordan Love, so that's going to be an interesting situation. Now, on the other side of that game, we got the Tyreek Hill who somehow did it last week, catching passes behind the line of scrimmage against Green Bay. I'm not gonna let that go. Never gonna let that go.
I love it.
A little bitter about that.
A little bitter. But Tyreek Hill against Green Bay's pass defense Green Bay's pass defense, we can all admit it hasn't been lights out or anything. It's been pretty porous. I think Tyreek does it again this week.
I love him.
Yep. I know you love him. I know how much you love that guy.
Yeah.
Hey, I'll go back to my personal feelings as soon as I get eliminated from fantasy football playoffs. Then I'll go back to not so much liking him. But right now, I'm on the Tyreek Hill bandwagon, baby. Let's go.
What, 30 points every game minimum?
Yeah.
Basically. Even when he catches 10 passes behind the line of scrimmage. Sorry.
I don't like a really feel about that last week.
Can you guys taste the salt in the air right now? The salt that's just brewing. It's just brewing here. Matt's market win. All right. Anyways, so then we got Stephon Diggs, Buffalo at Jacksonville, going down to Jacksonville. I'm not real big on Jacksonville's passing defense anymore. Once was
no warm weather. I'm looking for Diggs to have a breakout game here.
Okay.
He's been somewhat quiet by Stephon Diggs standards after the bar that he set last year, but I'm looking for a breakout game today from him.
Oh, it's Jim.
I see no reason why they don't.
I didn't even. You know what? I've seen that, and I'm not acknowledging it until somebody other than Nufo says something.
Agreed. All right. Sorry, Nen, I didn't mean to cut you off there. What are you feeling about it?
Oh, good. I was just going to say, I see no reason why Buffalo doesn't do exactly what they want in that weather down there against Jacksonville's defense. So I see Diggs as a good part of the game plan. I think this is opening the lead by halftime and start to run the ball. So
Absolutely.
I like Diggs a lot this week.
Okay.
Yeah, and coming off that kind of sluggish performance against Miami last week wasn't, the best offensive performance. I look for him to kind of ramp it up a bit down there and maybe go into full-blown practice mode by the third quarter.
So last week, or just earlier in the show, we talked about Deebo Samuel in last week's game in the rain. They found ways to get him offense. They found ways to move the ball. It wasn't the prettiest game, and I believe Indianapolis still walked away from that the winner, right, in San Francisco? Even though Samuel had a bigger game. But the point I'm getting at is, do you think they manufacture him into the main scorer today? I know we've got him projected at our 5th. I'm a little interested to see what the running backs do in San Francisco today to maybe counter Kyler Murray. But I still see Samuel as the number one passing option.
Yeah, I got some thoughts on that. I think something that is going to be explosive, not just for Samuel, because I looked for a few end arounds, a few things like that, and the reason I'm looking for that, and I'm looking for the running game to all step up, is because people underestimate Kittle's blocking.
Okay.
Kittle is a hell of a blocker. If you watch that guy, the way that he gets out, he blocks like a traditional tight end, but with the speed and the ability of a modern tight end. So I'm not looking for him in the passing game to be too involved today, Kittle's. It might happen, but I'm looking for him to free up possibly some huge plays for Deebo.
Okay.
What do you think, Danya?
I think this is, again, a huge divisional game, and I don't think Kyler Murray is going to play. So I think they're willing to do any and everything to catch up that one game that they, take up on Arizona, who seems like an offensive juggernaut if they can stay healthy. So, I think that Kyle Shanahan brain is going to do what he can. He's an offensive mind. I like Deebo Samuel. If he was, next week, I like Kittle. I think he's glass, and I'm afraid to start him this week. But I think Shanahan knows the importance of this game. This is a huge game in that division. That NFC West is a beast. So I like Deebo this week.
So do you think we see, say hypothetically, Murray doesn't play, say D-Hop doesn't play, say Arizona gets down early, do we see them throw in the towel and count this as we had to, we're chalking this one up, we're not coming out of this with any more injuries, or do you think that it's such a tight race that either way they're all in?
I mean, Herm Edwards, they play to win the game, but it wouldn't shock me
to win the game.
Right.
It honestly wouldn't shock me.
Well, I just think I'm wondering now as we get into this season if we're going to see any kind of. Yes, that's exactly what I was getting into. Is with the 17th game, if we're going to see, similar to what happens in the NBA. The NBA, if you're an NBA fan, you can rely on your favorite team throwing 10 games out the window a year because that's just the way it is. Yeah, yeah, exactly.
If they've made the playoffs, they're throwing the month of October away.
Yes. So I don't know if it's going to go to that extreme, but I think adding that one extra game is a huge, it's a huge deal. So I think teams might think a little differently and might not take as many risks, and kind of something that you do in fantasy where like you have all your buys kind of set up around the same week. So that, you're going to lose that week, but you get them all out of the way at once. You know what I mean? Kind of a different strategy.
Yep. We got a quick question for the chat here. Just a quick running back question. I'm going to ask the chat because I kind of like this. I want to see if we can keep using this over and over again. So we got 5 running backs. Choose 3. All right? Choose 3. Cordell Patterson, Alvin Kamara, Melvin Gordon, Josh Jacobs, and Jeremy McNichols. I'll read them one more time. Cordell Patterson, Alvin Kamara, Melvin Gordon, Josh Jacobs, Jeremy McNichols. Pick 3, guys. Pick 3. I want to see what the chat comes up with. Nunya?
I'll tell you mine. Oh, go ahead, Nunya.
Go ahead, Nunya.
Okay, so I go in this order: Kamara, Jacobs, Patterson.
Kamara, Jacobs, Patterson. Okay.
I go the exact same thing.
Wow.
Exact same.
You both have become fans of Patterson, haven't you?
I may have. I was just gonna say the only thing I might have switched up in order is Patterson ahead of Jacobs, just because they've got Patterson and Pitts down there, so they got to get the ball in their hands somehow.
Wow. I didn't think I'd hear Patterson in either one of you. I figured you both would take Melvin Gordon or even a string on McNichols, because that's where I'm stuck right now. I've got all 5 of those options today, and I know I'm playing Kamara. He's not sitting anytime. And I'm looking at Patterson almost in the exact same situation as Kamara, where he's going to get just as many optional little targets.
Yeah.
But, it's that third guy. That third guy I'm looking at, like, who do I start in that one? So, wow. I was, okay.
Caesar in the chat agrees.
That's what Caesar went with?
Yep.
Kamara, Patterson, Jacobs. Yes. Okay. Because Jacobs is all by himself versus, I mean, he's going to split with Drake, but it's not an actual 50-50 split like Melvin Gordon does with Javonte. So, yeah, I can kind of see that Jacobs is that answer. All right, so we've cleaned up our wide receiver projections. Let's move into a little bit of our wide receiver buy and sell.
Buy, sell.
That's a good voice. You got that down.
It really is. That's a good one. I swear that sounds like it's a cut-in recording.
Right?
So I gotta get that one, and I gotta get the what was the one I kept saying last night? Trade by day, crypto by night, all day.
Wow! Trade by day, crypto by night, all day. Nice.
60% of the time, it works.
Right? Right? Yeah. All right, so to start out here, we had A.J. Brown do this thing 2 weeks in a row. Lightning in a bottle 2 weeks in a row. If you've got him in your roster, and let's say he does it a 3rd week in a row, somebody calls offering for him, what are you doing? What are you doing? You going to continue loving him all season, or are you going to dump him and hope to get something that builds you into a playoff run? None of your business.
He's probably not playing today, so I'm scared, but I'd sell him. Without Henry, I think that team changes dramatically. So I'd sell and hope. I don't know anybody else's opinion. I'm quick to cut a wide receiver. He's hurt. Henry's not there. If I get a good offer, he's gone.
Yeah.
Now I would go on the other end of the spectrum of that, just to say if he doesn't play today, and I don't have him, and that lowers his stock, I may make a trade offer with some, something lower than what his value might be to try to pick him up like that. But I agree with Henry gone, it changes the whole team, and if he's hurt, if it's any kind of injury that's going to kind of lag around, which we see with wide receivers who don't, who it drags the entire season, that could be real bad for Tennessee. Right. So I'm selling if I have him, but I would pick him up. It would be like picking some CTRM up on the dip. You're probably going to regret it later, but it sounds good right now.
Yeah. What do you mean Sesson went down to 76?
Yeah. The name that shall not be named. You said it on the stream, sir. You said it on the stream. Andre's going to be in here within 2 seconds, lighting us up. Not good. Not good.
Sorry, it was an example that came to mind.
Hey,
just bad.
Sometimes you got to revisit the past to move to the future.
Peel off that scab and just let it go.
Yeah. One of these days, I'm going to take all you CTRM holders, and we're going to take a trip to a big ship, and we're going to walk on the dock, and we're going to, let it go. We're going to sing that song, the Frozen song, Let It Go, and that's going to be it, man. We'll be good.
I'm just going to throw all my shares into the ocean.
Shoots a flame arrow at it.
Right. Look, even Gen Matt. There he is.
Andre! It's my fault, brother. I did it.
Oh, Andre, you are the best.
Always there. Always,
yes,
always.
I said not an 816, but worse. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm. Said the name that shall not be named. There's like Sauron, something else, and that name. You can't say them. You're not supposed to say them. All right, so buy or sell Jarvis Landry right now. MIA, where are you at on that?
I'm buying him. I think I don't know if Beckham was a distraction over there. I mean, first of all, it's gonna take Mayfield. Landry got the targets last week. I'm buying him. He's it's do or die now for the Browns.
Yeah.
Straight up. You know what I mean? And with Beckham, there's really no excuse now. There's been, like Nunya said earlier, he goes there to play with his best friend, and then all of a sudden it's a competition. So it's. And I think that probably made it worse that they were friends ultimately when the kind of turmoil started. You know what I mean? Because everybody knows it's easier to blame the people that you care about or whatever. Those are the first people you turn on. So I think him getting out of there, I think Landry benefits the most from this. I'm big on him.
Yeah.
Still think Mayfield's horrible though. Which is the only downside I have of Landry. I'm not a Mayfield fan, and I'm not big on him.
Nunya, where are you at?
I have to echo that sentiment. I think I'm not and have never been a Mayfield fan, but I think Landry's more of a team player. I think Landry has shown before Beckham showed up that he can still be that heavy use guy. I think the team will be happier, everybody will be better, and you don't have the diva saying, throw me the ball, throw me the ball, throw me the ball, and crying. I think Landry does a lot better going forward.
If I didn't have him on my roster, I'm the person looking to buy this guy because I think the upside going forward is huge. So if I'm looking for a receiver and he's out there or sitting out on a waiver wire, I'm going to attempt to get this guy because I think he's going to get 9 to 10 for the rest of the season going forward, no matter who the quarterback is, because he's now the number one receiver. There's no question about it. If he can stay healthy, it's even better. If I have him on my roster prior to this conversation, though, knowing what's going to happen in Cleveland going forward, I would take opinion of selling him because I do think, because of Baker Mayfield, there are better options out there at a number one wide receiver. I may already have a better option on my team, so maybe I can sell this guy and get a running back or something. So there's a lot of upside to Landry is what I'm getting at. He is going to improve his stats probably over the rest of the season now because Baker's not there or Odell's not there taking up 5 to 10 pass attempts every game and dragging that offense down into the woe is me world. So I see them always having a better game when he doesn't, when OBJ wasn't on the field. So I'm huge on Landry. His I can't think of the word. His worth is so much more now in any sense. Whether you got him or you're sending him to someone else, you can get more for him. All right.
A good one, GTA.
Oh, he's taken out. Have a good Sunday. We will see you later, buddy. For sure. All right, so Brian Edwards, we kind of touched on this with all the Ruggs talk already, so we can be real quick and then get into quarterbacks. I know we're running pretty close here. Brian,
we have a Caesar question after Edwards, so
that's good because that means we're getting questions and
yes.
So Caesar says, "Okay, I'm down to either Brissett or Taylor." All right,
Taylor.
I think all three of us across the board are saying Taylor.
I ride Taylor.
Yeah. Yeah, Brissett has played games already this season. I will say that with the Dolphins, so it's not like he's walking into anything brand new.
Yeah, no, I don't think either one's a terrible play. I think I don't
probably
think
both
one
gonna
is
get you 15 points.
Yeah, and they're playing each other, so it's
Either
don't put too much thought into it, Caesar, of stressing yourself out because there's no figure that's going to say, oh, it clearly says I should, you know what I mean? Like it's
Caesar
is hit or miss.
Caesar,
and
honestly, I'll trade you.
Honestly, Caesar, if you want my honest opinion, which we're allowed to give on football, when I look at a situation like that, even though I didn't even look to see if Brissett, I didn't even think of it when I picked what's his name up, and now it's too late. But I would go with the better team, and I don't know if I would say Miami's the better team at this point. You know what I mean? They looked good in Buffalo last week for a good portion of the game.
Right.
But so I would still probably say they're the better team, and I would say a lot of people think Houston and Detroit are the two worst teams in the league. Houston's shown a few signs here or there or whatever, but nothing. So in that sense, I would go with the better team. If it's coming down to two quarterbacks, who's on the better team, I would go probably with Brissett there. But you should go with Taylor, Caesar.
That is advice, by the way. That's the only advice we are allowed to give on the channel, and it is fantasy football advice. Caesar, I would also just like to point out that I would make a trade for you for Devontae Adams for Baker Mayfield straight up if you'd like in that league right now. But I don't think you want to do that because I would like Devontae Adams. All right, talking about Brian Edwards, moving on here. Brian Edwards, of course, could be the result of a Ruggs mishap. He could be the result of positive going forward, positive worth going forward. So, MIA, you'd being the Raiders fan, I'll give you first call. We kind of already touched on this a couple times, but where are you at if you had Brian Edwards on your roster right now?
Watkins is out.
Well, would you call that a rug pull?
Oh, I see what you did there.
Wow.
Too soon?
Well
Soon?
done. No, it was perfect time. Perfect time.
Yeah, I like him. Like I said, I don't know if we're gonna see an immediate reaction, because obviously, this offense has to be revamped. We can't, it's that's what really worries me with what's going on is Ruggs was such an integral part of the offense, just on his abilities and what he does, and we've talked about that. So I think him, with what happened with that, it's not just like I think Edwards is just as talented as Ruggs, but if the roles were reversed, the offense would run the exact same. You know what I mean? So it's something where we're looking at a complete different offense, and again, I put faith in Derek Carr, man.
Yeah.
Let's go. MVP, baby.
Who's he have more time with, Ruggs or like Tay Jones or what? I mean, not Ruggs, but I mean Brian Edwards or Tay Jones. Is that what his name is? Tay Austin?
Probably both. Zay Jones.
Zay Jones, yeah.
Zay Jones has been there now for 4 years and maybe 5. This might be his 5th, so he's got
I don't even remember seeing that guy ever around. So that's weird.
Never really a big player. He came from Buffalo. He was in Buffalo. He's made famous by like his memes because when he gets up, he somehow like doesn't touch the ground. He does some weird stuff. But yeah, if you just Google Zay Jones like gifs, you'll see him doing some weird stuff where it looks like he's floating.
Cool.
But he's
a vampire. I got you.
It's going to be Renfro time. I still think the biggest game comes out of Renfro. I think today from a Raider receiver, even ahead of Waller.
I guarantee you Renfro is in the most plays. I think he if you look at like the 22, he'll be on the field for 75 out of 83 offensive plays or whatnot. You know what I mean? I think Renfro's going to be part of that offense no matter what now, because he does the one thing that they had to get from Ruggs, and that's drag two people. He's got to get two more people dragged to make Waller worthwhile, make his throws worthwhile. So, all right, I think that cleans up the old wide receiver area. And let's cruise through these running quarterbacks, and we'll get
what I'm gonna do. We'll cruise through this, and
Yep. Let's go. I know you gotta get ready to roll, so right
good,
through it
man.
real quick. We got to recap. Jets' unbelievable story last week, of course, ended right then on Thursday night, so we really don't need to even talk about this guy because it's never going to happen again. Tom Brady's on a bust this week, or on a bye this week, so he had a pretty good week last week. The big question is, will Matt Stafford be able to put up them points against Tennessee Titans? We'll know here very shortly. All right. Going into QB projections. Got Josh Allen at Jacksonville. MIA, what's your thoughts on Josh Allen going down to Jacksonville this afternoon?
I just hope that they're focused and it's not and they don't overlook him. That would be the only question. Other than that, I think he's in cruise control down there.
We got none.
Urban Meyer will be doing something that he shouldn't be after the game.
They have perfect weather. It should be fine. They should be able to tackle them. As a look ahead, they have the Jets next week. They have to travel to a division game. But the Jets are kind of a joke, so I don't know if they're really going to get caught in a trap that way. So as long as they don't get up by 28 quick and just run, I like them a lot.
Good deal. All right, we got Lamar Jackson. We just got word. He is not going to have the compliments of his entire offense once again. He's going to be without Sammy Watkins, which I believe makes that Mark Andrews discussion we had even more potent today. I'm looking for Marquise Brown and Mark Andrews to get a lot of attempts from a lot of short passes, but a lot of attempts from Lamar on scary running situations where he's running out of the pocket for his life.
I agree with that.
Not having Sammy lets defenses do a lot of different things now. They don't have a true number two, so they can start messing with the rest of the game plan, and that's frightening for Baltimore, because Minnesota gets up 15 points, 21 points. That's an entirely different game for Baltimore to be coming back against Minnesota.
Because they're going to pound you and run the ball, and they can do it.
And then they can go over the top at any moment. Once you suck in on Cook or even Patterson, or not Patterson, what's his name? You guys know what I'm talking about, the other one there. Madison, right?
Madison, and you're over the top of Justin Jefferson.
Right. Or Thielen. Or
Thielen.
So, yeah, that game scares me for Baltimore. If they fall behind, they could be in a big hole. They're at home. They need to win this AFC game to stay up with Cleveland or stay up with Cincinnati in their division, and the fact that Pittsburgh has a cakewalk game on Monday night too. So that division, you can't afford to lose in that division right now. The only people,
I agree.
Really, nobody can. It's so competitive that nobody can afford to lose. So we'll see how Lamar Jackson does this week. Patrick Mahomes didn't play well on Monday Night Football after talking up and telling everybody he had to have a great game. They needed to come out and have a good game, and they still didn't. Threw a cheesy pick again, and wasn't hot. So I mean, you got Green Bay walking in here. Is it starting to feed into them? I don't know, but what do you think, Nehemiah? What do you think Patrick Mahomes' problems is this season?
I think he's just ran into some good defenses. He's made some mistakes, but he's definitely not the Patrick Mahomes that we expected. But it's another when you're running the same system that well for 2-3 years like they have been, people are gonna catch on to that system. You know what I mean? Not saying that like they've gotten worse or anything, just teams have developed game plans around him. And he's definitely, we haven't seen these kind of dumb interceptions like we've seen this year. That's the biggest concerning thing for me. I think he'll be fine. I think he's
I've heard a lot of hidden injury stuff, and I'm like, I don't think he's injured. But
well, it's that's the problem with these guys that do such amazing things, where it's like if as soon as they're not able to do those things that you look at and you're like, how is that physically possible for him to throw a ball that way through? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
A little injury can make you not be able to do that supernatural type thing, you know what I mean? Which then brings you just back a little bit closer to ordinary. Not saying that. I think he's going to be absolutely fine. Getting
to go to the game just recently, and it's been a while since I went. I did notice one thing that I had not seen because it's on television. You don't see it. He's not seen his receivers complimented on the field. He's not seen all of them. He's only zooming in on Kelsey or Reek in most of the plays. There were so many times in that game where he just didn't even look left. And Mercole, even Josh Gordon, standing wide open 30 yards down the field, and he never even saw him. But he would also run out of the pocket.
Was it because of the pressure?
Well, but there were times where there are plays, and I even saw him when I got home and started looking him up on the net. It was like, I swear, it looked like he had no pressure. And sure enough, you see the videos, and it's like he just ran out of pockets with no pressure. So I think he's in his own head a little bit, trying to force another Super Bowl because they told everybody they were going to do it. And it's like, get out of your head, dude. Just play ball. But we'll see. Nunya, what are you feeling about Patrick Mahomes this week against Green Bay? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to step over there and jump in.
Oh, that's all good. I think that he is feels like there's too much responsibility on his shoulders, like he has to do it all, and that's a problem with some people. And I think he's had all those turnovers this season because of it. So if coaching can't rein him in, I'm losing confidence in the team this year. I mean,
I like
the talent's
that take,
obviously there.
Yeah, they got to figure out something. That offensive line is not producing what they said it was going to produce. And switching out all 5 linemen's always sketchy.
Yep.
But it was supposed to protect him better, and it has not protected him.
Did they have their bye week yet, Casey? No, right?
Nope. I think it's coming week 10 or 11, I believe. It's the week
I
before
think
Thanksgiving. Yeah, I think it's the week.
I think that'll be a good
break for them.
Good. Yeah,
healthy
Andy
break.
Reid famously
for the bye
uses buys to the best advantage. So I wouldn't be too panicked yet, but I'd be lying if I said as a Chiefs fan I wasn't a little worried.
No, we're a little worried. We've had great teams that have made the playoffs for 7 straight years, 8 years I think. We won our 6 years we won our division, 8 years we made the playoffs. So it's a pretty good run we've had here with Andy Reid, and we're on the cusp of not making the playoffs already this season. So we're starting to roll here in Kansas City when we just were in 2 Super Bowls and 3 AFC Championship games in a row. Hosted 3 AFC Championship games. So pretty cool run. But we also understand it's not every season. Not even Brady could do it every season. But we're not anywhere near the Patriots. So
just came in. Robert Harris.
Robert
Harris.
What's
up, buddy?
Robert Harris.
Hope he's having a good afternoon today. Let's see here. We got Matthew Stafford. Let's burn through these and get MIA out of here. Matthew Stafford going into LA. We've been talking about it. You same way?
Love him every week.
It's hot this week.
Love him every week.
You don't care what Tennessee throws at him. You think they're going to score points?
I think he's good for 2 or 3 touchdowns every week. I think he's got the talent. I really like McVay's brain. I'm so sold on him. I like him every week.
All right, so Dak Prescott against a Von Miller-less Denver Broncos. I don't know how much of a difference it makes. It makes a little bit of a difference because we don't know how healthy he was, but I think this opens it up a little bit for Dak Prescott to maybe have a little more fun than what they might have been able to do. MIA?
Yeah, I think it definitely, it's I'm sure they were prepared for this, so as far as the game plan difference, things like that, I don't know how big of a difference it makes, but as far as just, playing against Von Miller or not playing against him, yeah, I definitely think it opens up things, and it'll be interesting to see Dak, kind of coming back. He kind of looked like he was going to go last week and then didn't, and I don't know. It's...
Yeah.
I don't know who to start. I have him and Burrow. Who do I start there? I'll throw that question to you guys. I have Burrow in right now.
Okay, so to the chat and to us, Joe Burrow or Dak Prescott at Dallas versus Denver.
I like Burrow.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of leaning Burrow's way too, just because I just think they're on a roll. They're on a pissed off tour back from that Jets game that they blew. Yeah, they need this game in their division, whereas Denver's like, this is a non-divisional game.
But let me reference something we kind of all came to the assumption on earlier. This game, the Denver game, has the potential to be in the 50s or the 60s. Yeah. You know what I mean? Whereas, regardless of what's going on, you know, always with Cleveland and Cincinnati, or Pittsburgh and Cincinnati, or Pittsburgh and Cleveland,
21.
10,
15.
You have
could be,
and that bodes well for Mixon and something like that. So it's.
Yeah, I think Prescott might have more upside. You might see Prescott throw 450 yards against Denver's defense today, especially inside Dallas's stadium and not in Denver. But
this will be the difference. This pick will be the difference. I'm telling you that right now. Yeah.
Well, it's your quarterback. Yeah, it's your quarterback.
It's in the league that you get your bonuses for your 40-plus yard touchdowns. Jamar Chase just.
So we got one guy.
Yes, I know.
Irvin's going with the Cowboys quarterback. He's telling you to pick Cowboys, and Caesar and Jen Mac coming in with Burrow. I think you got two Burrows here in the channel, but I am devil's advocate on Prescott possibly throwing 450. So.
And now you got to realize Prescott was my starter. I had Burrow on my bench all year.
Right.
Put him in when Prescott got hurt. Yeah, and
you know what? It's the right thing. Adapt, adjust, and overcome, man.
Absolutely.
Sorry, it's Wally Pip. You lost your job, son.
You say Burrow too, Nunya?
I say Burrow.
Okay, Burrow it is.
He's rolling with the Burrow.
I got Burrow, Caesar C, and Jen Matt endorsing
Here's the problem,
that, man.
Though,
How can I?
Here's the choice that's going to hurt you, though. You're going to play Burrow, and you're going to have to watch Matt's market get points because Chase is getting all your Burrow throws.
Hopefully he fumbles 4 times.
Maybe. Might happen. All right, so we busted out with those. Let's do a quick buy sell on the quarterbacks, and we'll get everybody out of here, and we'll get our Sunday started with some fantasy football and some real football.
That's what I'm talking about.
Just because it is MIA's favorite team and because he needs to get out of here, we'll let him go with the Derek Carr buy or sell. What are you doing with Derek Carr on your roster, good sir?
Buying him.
Nunya,
buying him. I think he's probably lost value with the Ruggs news, things like that. If you can get him cheap, not to mention Derek Carr is just overlooked. You know what I mean? And I'm not just saying that as a Raider fan. His numbers are. You know, he's not going to be a top 5 quarterback, but he's a top 10 quarterback all day, and numbers speak for themselves.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's more than serviceable, and I think Gruden being gone will help him. I'm a buyer. Right?
Okay, cool.
And just to add to that, this went from a John Gruden team to this year to this is Derek Carr's team right now.
Right. Yeah.
You were like that.
Truthfully,
you know?
yeah, he's been there longer than anybody else basically on the team. If they had Rodney Hudson, he'd be the longest player they had.
Yeah, it's he's ready to go. It's going to be a test of what he can do today, and I think he's up for it. So yeah, I would buy if I didn't have him, and I could pick him up low at least to even have him on my bench.
Yeah, I'll probably pick him up just to have him, just in case he does catch on fire, in case he is playing for a playoff run late in the season. He could be a good quarterback in weeks 14, 15, 16, 17 while you're trying to catch a playoff run. I think the AFC West will be not dominated, but won't be won until those last 2 weeks. So I think Derek Carr will be useful until those last few weeks.
I agree.
Ryan Tannehill, buy or sell going forward without Derrick Henry. Sorry. Red Bull in the mustache.
Sell, Mortimer, sell.
Everybody here selling on Ryan Tannehill? I think none of us have enough in him to believe he's a quarterback winning playoff. Caesar C, thank you so much for that super chat, buddy. I know you are here every weekend.
Man, Caesar C.
We appreciate it so much. All right, Kirk Cousins, buy or sell.
Very nice.
Going up against, who was it? I can't remember who's playing. Minnesota's going to Baltimore with a Sammy Watkins-less
You know, as much as I despise Kirk Cousins, if I could get him on the low, depending on my situation right now, if I had a bye coming up and maybe an injury in a quarterback and I could scoop him on the low, I might do it. You know, as much as I don't like him, they may stay in the mix over there, and he's got great players around him. He's got playmakers. Dalvin Cook is one of the best. Even his backup, that Madison, he's nice. Then you got Thielen, then you got Jefferson. So if I can pick him up, you know what I mean, he's especially because he's like a Jay Cutler. He's like a little bit of an upgraded Jay Cutler. Like, people just don't like him, you know what I mean?
Yep.
And so you could probably catch him for cheap out there.
Agreed. Kirk Cousins to me is like any kind of just normal dessert. There's nothing spectacular about him. Like, if somebody hands you a pudding cup, you're like, okay, it's a pudding cup.
Yes.
You'll eat it, you'll take it, but you're sure looking over at that strawberry shortcake or whatever somebody else has got over there, because it's just a pudding cup. He can get you what you want.
And like I said, it's 100% situational if I'm thinking of picking him up. And it's something where, you know, maybe I'm a Russell Wilson holder and you know, I'm holding on, I'm waiting for him to cut, something like that. It wouldn't be I'm picking him up to be my starting quarterback.
Absolutely.
What about you, Nunya?
Allen's daughter. I'm not a fan, so I hate to sound like I'm just echoing your sentiment, but I'm not a big fan. I think that
you don't like that. You don't like that. You don't like that.
I don't like that. I think we may do a lot better with, you know, Detroit's awful, Chicago's awful. Who knows what happens with Green Bay, that now kind of hate their quarterback more than they hated him before.
Understand.
So he may have more opportunity, but I was never a Giant. So situational only.
Yep. Pick him up when you need him. Drop him when you don't. Find somebody else that can get you more points. I don't trust him very much. Kirk Cousins seems to always fail whenever they get him in a tight situation and he needs to pull it out. Playoff games, regular season games, they've had wins that they never come after his play. They come after someone else's wild play. So I'm just not a big fan, not a huge fan. Haven't been the whole time, even in Washington. So with that being said, I just want to say thank you to MIA Nunya and every single person out there in the chat. I know we got started a little late, had some more technical difficulties. I promise we are getting better each week, and we will be there one day where we can start for you at 8 a.m. on the dot with no sound technical difficulties or anything. We still appreciate each one of you that stuck around.
Yes, thank you guys so much for the support, for sticking around. McCaffrey all day, Tyler. If he's on the field, you got to play him. Don't listen to Odie Fro. No offense.
Oh, McCaffrey or Darrell Williams? Tyler Greer, definitely you go with McCaffrey over the second string running back of the Kansas City Chiefs. I mean, you already saw that other Gore dude overstepped him just in Monday night. They had a better running back than Darrell Williams. So, yeah, go with McCaffrey. But, again, thank you to everyone that made it here today and stuck around with us. MIA, I know you got to get out of here, so I'm going to start locking off these cams. Let you guys chill on some lo-fi beats, and I'm going to get everyone, we're going to get you switched back over to the crypto stream. Just enjoy your Sunday, guys. You know we'll be doing some football in the Discord, and if you can join that 100% free Discord. But we'll see you over there. Everyone have a good weekend. I'll get the crypto stream up for you, and we'll get the lo-fi beats for you guys. So have a wonderful weekend.
All right.
Talk to everybody.
Thanks so much, everybody. Have a great one. I just put up the link to Discord. Have a great Sunday. We love you guys all. Hope to see you next week. If you know, you know. Cheers.
Thank you guys.
Awesome. Yes, thank you guys so much. Odie Fro, thank you. Setting all this up, running it, getting it going, man. Much appreciated. Love the work, man. Grimace, go sports. You guys are great, man. The only people in the world that I
have a good one, bud. We'll talk to everybody later.